Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alrighty. Okay. Just getting started, everyone. Just getting in here. Hopefully, everyone had a good day. Yeah. Do got some topics to cover real quick. That's definitely gonna end up getting some people up here, but yeah, just doing a few things. So, for the meantime. Alrighty. There's that one. Oh yeah. That works, I guess. Alrighty. Things lagging like hell. Jesus. Alrighty.
You dripped me.
What do you mean?
You dripped me a piece of ham.
Oh, that's rude of him. Alrighty. Okie dokes. Alright, we're just getting started. Oh, jeez, I was just about to start reading things, but that's okay. I will bring this person up. Let's test out the guest part of this and see if TikTok's willing to work with me today. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not, and sometimes it's so-so. Alright. Maybe. I know I pressed accept, so.
I asked the question.
Oh, there we are.
Are you hello? Are you MAGA Republican or just a Republican?
Some people say I'm MAGA, some people say I'm not. I honestly don't care either way. You're welcome to ask a question and come to your own conclusion.
Are you in support of Donald Trump?
Yes, but I also criticize him a lot.
Well, it's crazy how a person with 34 felonies is our president. Also, he's a rapist and a pedophile.
Okay, so 34 counts, yes. I'll agree with that, but that doesn't bar him from being president. When it comes to the rapist, I'd like to know who. And when it comes to the
Eugene Carroll, he awarded her $5 million. He was prosecuted by the Supreme Court. He awarded her $5 million for defamation and rape. He's a convicted rapist.
Wait, SA is not rape. There's two different
He stuck his
classifications.
fingers in her vagina. I think that's rape.
Okay, that's your emotional response. That's fine.
That is rape. You can't penetrate somebody.
Wait. So, okay, when it comes to the quote unquote fingers, there was no definitive proof of that when I went through the case files. It was her word versus his. So you're welcome again to draw those conclusions. I can't stop you from that. But
There was hearing of
it was her word versus his, and her word was already very scrambled because of how old the case was. The only reason why it was brought is because a person with lots of money is like, hey, I'm going to give you lots of money if you go against Donald Trump. And then she did it.
actually been
Like,
multiple
that's never
accusations
happened
against
again.
him. There's been multiple
Alright,
accusations against him.
Love it. Now, when it comes to the pedo, where's the evidence?
The flight logs with Epstein, going to his
That's
island
not evidence.
multiple times. That is complete evidence. Going to the island.
No,
That's-
that okay.
Oh my God,
So,
you are.
no, you're emotional with nothing. If you were to
Play the clip. Play the clip of Donald Trump. Donald Trump telling a 10-year-old girl that he was going to be dating her. Or
you
where
realize
he said
that was edited, right? That was literally edited.
No, it was a clip from 1992.
I'm aware. You honestly believe you can't make a clip that looks like it's from a specific era in the modern day? You really believe
it was posted in. Where would it be? Oh my! It was on live television.
Okay.
And where he had told somebody that he would run a beauty pageant and he would walk into the naked dressing rooms of women and they couldn't do anything about it because he was inspecting.
Yeah, that was a TV show, and yes, he did admit to that. And I'm going to say this right now. When it comes to that, that's not pedo. Pedo has to deal with children. Those are adult women.
Yeah, exactly.
Now,
just like the 10-year-old girl he was told that he was going to date. That was not edited, bud.
Interesting. Okay, now when it comes to those pageants, you're telling me that a few individuals felt uncomfortable when they're about to go on stage in front of way more than just one man doing the exact same thing. That's what you're telling me.
In the dressing room, though, they were butt-ass naked in the dressing room.
Yeah, and they're about to go on stage wearing provocative clothing of various descriptions.
Do you know what a beauty pageant is? Do you know what a beauty pageant is? That doesn't mean that they're walking out in just underwear and bras. You know that, right? It could be dresses.
Do that, though?
It could be dresses. It could be anything.
Do you know? You do know that they do that, though, in beauty pageants as well, right?
That's
what you just said. So if you're going to feel uncomfortable with one person that you had a 10-minute heads up of, hey, I'm coming back, or this guy's coming back here, all of you need to be getting dressed or starting to get dressed.
He literally he said he would blame inspecting. He could go in there and they could do nothing about it. He said himself, the own words that came out of his mouth is they couldn't do anything about it because I could say I was inspecting. I am the beauty pageant owner.
Yes. But his staff gave them a 10-minute heads up, just like is required in the contract.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Can you read me where it says that? Can you give me an article?
Dude, you clearly don't know anything because you think that a he said versus she said situation renders that he put fingers in somewhere. That's not evidence. That's a he said versus she said. And that's not even what great is classified as. The fuck is wrong with you? So if you don't accept that, you're not going to accept anything in the contract. It's just emotion with you, which is okay. I've come to expect it. Oh, good Lord. Yeah, because you don't know how to accept
I like to speak from my heart, but
well,
there's some subject matters that I want to make sure that I deal with. But I want to talk about Christianity because there are churches on every corner within the black community and the other.
I can't tell if that was a TV. I was trying to ask if you had a question. But fuck, I couldn't get a word out. Come back up when you don't have something running like that in the background that, I don't know what he was doing, so. I'm not religious, by the way. Hello.
What's going on, buddy? So, I mean, what?
I was gonna ask what your question was, but it sounds like you was about ready to ask it. Go for it.
Yeah. So, this isn't what I want to talk about necessarily, but we can talk about it if you want to. I think the
Okay.
point that you made that the girls who were viewed at unconsensually by Donald Trump while naked shouldn't have cared that much because they were going to go on stage anyways while not naked. I don't think that's a fair argument at all. I think it's a pretty disgusting argument. Do you have anything to say that's not a disgusting argument, or do you want me to explain why it is?
They gave consent when they signed the contract.
Did they? Can you pull up the contract to show it?
Yes.
All right.
So the contract clearly states backstage personnel and anyone affiliated with the pageant. I'm pretty sure being the owner of the pageant means you are affiliated with the pageant. You may not like that, but just by that notion, 10-minute heads up, he's coming back here in 10 minutes. He's going back there. So with that notion, yes, they already gave consent the moment they read it. Now, if they didn't read it, that's on them. Any lawyer will tell you, always read everything on a contract. Don't leave anything unread. If you don't agree with something, don't fucking sign it.
Okay. So before I respond to that, do you mind pulling up the contract?
Go for it. You're the one wanting to come up here and bring this up. So go ahead and pull it up. Prove me wrong.
That's actually not how it works. When you make a claim, you have the burden.
I don't give a fuck how you think it works. Get the fuck off my panel. You prove me wrong. I've proved myself right so many fucking times to you people, and no one ever accepts it. The moment I pull it up, no one ever accepts it, even though they're looking right at it. So guess what?
Have a nice day.
Yeah, have a nice day. I'm done trying to bring water to people. I'm just done. You want to prove me wrong, prove me wrong. If you don't, then you've already heard it hundreds and hundreds of times before. You just choose not to accept it. And I can't help you with that. I can't force you to accept something you're not willing to accept.
Why don't you know your grammar? Like, how do you spell stuff wrong? Is my question. Why do Republicans not know how to spell stuff right?
I could say the same thing about Democrats. That doesn't mean anything.
I could care less. You should know proper grammar and spelling.
Okay, well, again, Democrats do the same thing. That's a human thing. Not everyone says exactly the words correctly when they're talking. Sorry, we're not all Ben Shapiro's in this world. And anyone who thinks they are, you're hilarious. Oh, brother.
What's up?
Hi.
How's your day been?
Oh, it's been fun. Anyway, what's your question?
Can I ask you one thing that might make you think you don't know this, but do you think Ivanka Trump has a right to buy an island of my own country, yet my own people doesn't want it?
Did the government put it for sale?
No. As a matter of fact,
Did anybody on the island put it for sale?
no. But what you guys are
Okay,
doing?
so
let me
wait,
speak.
wait.
I'm almost finishing.
When it comes
Sure.
to buying something, how can you buy something not for sale? That's not how that works. It has to be for
Haven't you
sale.
served Lore yet? I'm sorry.
Huh?
I'm sorry. That stupid bitch who wants to buy my own country, thinking she has discovered it when she has not. You didn't discover shit. People has lived there for thousands of years, including under Illyria.
What
So
island are we talking about?
you know damn well what I'm talking about. You've seen
No,
you've
actually,
seen
I
the
don't.
podcast where she said that she has
Sorry, I
discovered it.
I don't keep up with Ivanka Trump.
Well, you're a Republican. You should know this.
Sorry, my life does not revolve around the Trumps.
Well, you're a Republican. You should know this still. Doesn't matter.
That's like saying to a Democrat that they should know everything
Democrat.
of the
Never liked them.
Bidens.
I don't like Democrats either. Neither Republicans. I think they're both dumbasses.
Well, considering you think you can somehow buy an island that's not for sale tells me how much you know. I'm sorry, someone's selling your island without your consent. That's just how it is. Someone is selling it without your consent. Sorry to break the news to you, bud. that one was funny. I ain't gonna lie. That one I didn't see coming. Oh God, that was hilarious. Sorry that someone is selling your island without your consent. Someone's selling it. I don't know who, don't know why, but someone's selling it. All right, guys, come on up, ask a question. Keep in mind, if it is something that I've answered in the past, it's one of those things that I don't care to repeatedly prove myself correct. You should already have the evidence to prove your own thing. That is just how I operate. By the way, Rock, I do see you keep requesting up. You want to bring up the contract, then I'll bring you up. That's how it's going to work. Hello, what's your question?
And what you think about the Sasha Riley recording, the interview?
The Sasha Riley recordings?
The interview with Sasha Riley, the victim of Epstein and Trump, and you haven't heard it?
So that, to my knowledge, she never said anything definitively about Donald Trump. She was asked about Donald Trump, but when she asked her about Donald Trump, she said, "I seen him a few times." That was it. She didn't say anything descriptively.
This is a boy. Prove me wrong. This is a man. He's a 45-year-old man now. But
prove me wrong.
It's a 2-hour interview. It's a 2-hour interview with him, and it's all about Trump, and it's disgusting. I mean, prepare yourself. If you're gonna listen to it, take it. I had to break it in half, break it in two, and this is the next half.
Okay,
the next day because it was.
Is it TikTok appropriate? Is it gonna get my life taken down?
Oh no! I'm not gonna play it. Go on. It's on YouTube. You can go YouTube and play it. It's not TikTok appropriate at all.
Okay. I'll listen to it later and refresh my memory. I probably have heard of it, but I've heard of so many things. Yeah, I've heard of so many things when it comes to Donald Trump that I'm not going to remember everything off the top of my head. I have to look up a lot of shit.
I got one more. I got one more. If this was a Democrat, I mean, he'd be gone immediately after the first accusation of anything. They're gone. I mean, don't you find it a bit disgusting?
And I would be one of the individuals asking where the proof is. I've done the same thing with Joe Biden and him, quote unquote.
He's gone.
No, he finished his term.
Right.
And he still there's nothing that's happened to Joe Biden. Nothing.
For what?
Exactly.
Was there an accuser?
All of these accusations against Joe Biden revolving around his family, revolving around his kids, especially.
What are you talking about?
If
There
you
is
don't
no
know, then
accusation. You're telling me his kids accused him of something?
it's in diaries, it's in books. No one's gonna say it flat
It's
out
in
against him.
diaries? How did they get the diary
Yes.
of
Oh my fucking god! You don't know how the FBI works. Okay, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you how the FBI works. This shit's been out for 10 plus years, people. 10 plus years. And you don't know? I can't help you. I can understand if I have to refresh a memory. I'm willing to refresh a memory. But if you're saying you don't know, that tells me you never looked it up at all, not even close or remotely. And I can't help you with that. You just want to be ignorant to the facts of the matter. Not saying you agree or disagree, but you're being ignorant to the facts. Lord. Yes, Trump called his own granddaughter hot. That's not criminal. Do you know how many times I've heard my own grandparents call my sister hot or attractive and they hope that she gets a good man?
Well, that didn't work for her, did it?
I didn't say it did. I'm just saying how many. It's like
Well, grandma
Family-
can only wish.
family members do things. You may not like it. You may try to politicize it, but family members do things. Fuck. As long as it's not illegal, the fuck's your problem? Anyway, hello, Andy. Hi. What's your question?
So yeah, I mean, first I think I just wanted to ask you, do you
I'm
think it's
very familiar. Sorry.
my voice sounds familiar? I've
Yeah,
I've heard that a lot. Do you think, I guess, beyond legality, do you think what Donald Trump's like comments were, do you think they're weird?
It depends on which comments you're talking about. He does a lot of comments. Some, yes, I would say is weird and a little sus, if you will. And then
Like-
others I've heard have come out of people's mouths every now and again, and sometimes all the time. So
Okay. So you can at least admit that there are times when he is very sus.
yes,
Um,
when he's talking about an individual in the past that he wanted, or that he did not like, or that he downright felt like was attacking him, he would attack them back in various ways. Most definitely.
Okay. So I also wanted to, you mentioned earlier that like legally what he was what he was found, I believe, civilly liable for with E. Jean Carroll.
Yes.
You consider that not great legally. Do you, beyond legality, do you consider it that?
What I consider it, I cannot say here on TikTok because TikTok's just very sensitive, but I consider it assault.
So you consider
Because
it
it's
less
assault.
than rape.
Yes.
Why?
Because so when it comes to assault,
Mhm.
anything short of sticking a specific appendage in X areas, it does not meet a certain threshold, a certain criteria of rape. Now,
So yeah, that is, I think,
anything short of that is SA or S assault. Now, certain areas like New York have had recently changed their criterias solely to, I guess you can say,
help more
attempt.
victims.
Huh?
Ultimately, it's to help more victims, right? More harsh punishment on people who have assaulted other people sexually.
They're not doing any harsher of punishments. You are aware that a vast majority of the people that are quote unquote convicted of this is released the same fucking day that they're convicted. They're not doing harsher punishments. All they're doing
So you don't
is
think
they're right now in New York, and this came out of Azora Mondadi's mouth, that they are getting more and more cases of grape than was in the past. They're getting more and more cases, and that is because the change of classifications. But nothing's happening to these people when it comes to a legality format.
Nothing's
They're
happening.
literally being released. I don't call being released before a year anything happening.
Yeah, so I mean, do you think like I would imagine this also goes for sexual assault, right? I imagine that doesn't get you less time. I just wanted to say that your definition of having to have the male appendage put into a specific area is inherently flawed because
Okay, well, you're welcome to
Can I
that.
explain to you why? It proposes the reality that a
It
female cannot grape another female, which is I would say is a disgusting viewpoint.
when it comes to legal classifications, how do I say this nicely?
They
Legal
can change, correct?
classifications are a pain in the ass and be very obfuscating, because there are minors that go through horrendous things in schools, and then they get told that there's nothing we can do about it because it didn't meet certain criterias, or no one's willing to back you up. So the legality part of this is horrendous as far as I'm concerned. So, but I'm just stating the legality part. I'm not
Yeah.
stating that I don't agree with you, because I do, but I go by legality on what's on paper, what's on documents, and how I've seen the system work from a victim's point of view.
Okay, so for example, I'd like to ask, would you fight in New York for what happened there to be considered grape?
Would I fight for that?
Yeah.
Yes, actually, I would. I wouldn't have a problem
So you
holding
would
a
fight.
picket sign.
Yeah, so you would fight in your personal beliefs, and you can disagree with the law, but this is ultimately your personal beliefs. What
Right.
Donald Trump was found guilty of was grape, right?
Yes, I would happily do that.
Okay.
But that's just not a reality.
But so do you support what you believe is a grapist?
Honestly, me personally, when it comes to politicians, I yet to see a politician not be condemned of some, or do something that
found
is not that
guilty?
atrocious.
Be found guilty?
You
'Cause
realize
again,
the only reason why,
or found
wait, you
civilly
realize the
liable.
only reason why Bill Clinton wasn't found guilty is because he did it in the Oval Office.
Yeah, no, fuck
If
Bill
it-
Clinton, obviously.
Well, I'm just saying that your thing of guilty, they're politicians. Politicians get away with breaking the very laws that they are either supposed to uphold or pass. Do you know how many times that Congress had a congressman or even a president should have been convicted on numerous things and aren't, because they are essentially considered to be not necessarily above the law, but I guess you could say kind of skirting that legal premise of we can't convict them unless they, at least a president can't be convicted unless they go do something against the country.
Oh yeah, no, I'm aware of that.
So,
people.
but when it comes to Donald Trump and what he did to E. Jean Carroll, now, do I think it's egregious? Yes, 100%. I even think the book she came out with is egregious. And when it comes to various other things, when in this specific category, if you are going to imply that someone is going to write a book of that nature and not come out with it, this is my terminology. E. Jean Carroll, this happened before I was born, to my knowledge, this situation. So if you're going to wait from the time it happened to now, when Donald Trump is arguably at the top of his power, at the top of his game, to come out with something, I don't know about you. If I'm going to be afraid if he's a businessman comparison to him being a president, that's pretty goddamn interesting and confusing to me. I'd be more afraid if he's president. He has way more contacts, way more tools at his disposal than him just being a businessman in New York.
Oh, for sure. And I think that's kind of, I imagine that also went into her head of like, if I get this out, because I believe this book was written shortly before he became president, correct?
To my knowledge, yes. The book.
So yeah,
yes.
I think her plan was, I'm going to put this book out, get the truth out, to stop this person who has done this egregious thing from becoming way more powerful. Clearly, it didn't work. People didn't really care that much. People still don't really care that much. We still have people supporting him.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The E. Jean Carroll case happened after his first term.
Yeah, the case happened, but the book was before.
Yeah, so if he's already been president, he has way more contacts. If I'm going to come out with something, the book, I'm going to say this right now, books have come out against politicians since the dawn of our creation, arguably. Like, honestly, you should go look at what they had against various other presidents. It might astound you. But the point that I'm trying to make is a book is almost really nothing. The only people that are going to care about it is the people that look at it and read it all the way through. And I almost can guarantee you that's not enough to really sway a voter electorate. Now, when it comes to this case, the fact that it happened after and the fact that she just so happened to get her legality fees funded by someone that advocately did not like Donald Trump was a little suspicious. Now she brought this case on her own merits and she did everything without an external force. Then I'd say, okay, yeah, it's a little weird to me that she brings it at the top of his power, but it is what it is. She's entitled to do what she wants. But the fact that all of these things adding up. One, she waited way more than 20 years at the point of the case. She essentially got funded by an individual that I can't remember the exact name of / corporation that I can't remember right off the top of my head. Not to mention that everything in the case, when I went through the docket notes and whatnot, a lot of it was just so old and so outdated. Not even E. Jean Carroll herself could remember vast amounts of the details. And that is, in my opinion, one of the many reasons why it went from a possible conviction and, yeah, Trump graped this individual to merely it's clearly something happened, we just don't know what. That is essentially what that case rendered, is something happened, we just don't know what.
Okay. So you don't believe that it, happened, correct?
What I believe is Donald Trump definitely was doing stuff around the bush and doing various things. Now, do I believe he did anything to E. Jean Carroll that she did not at some point in time welcome? No, I don't believe that, because at the time that he was doing things, he was on top of the world. He could have any girl how many wives did he cheat on? How many wives did he have affairs against? Do you think this man literally has a lack of female equivalents or female courtships? No, that's not a thing. a majority
But I
of
think
men
it's about power. It's not about attention, right? We see this happen. Some people just genuinely they get a high off power of being able to do what they want when they're at the top of their game.
Well, his power was in real estate and various other ventures. I wouldn't say that he had to have power. Oh, because I'm going to say this right now. Listening to, because the past week I've been going through Trump's autobiographies. I've been listening to multiple testimonies. I've been listening to multiple people that was close to him, including various exes. And the one considerable thing is when it came to intercourse, if you will, yes, he talked a certain way, he had demeanor of a certain way, but when it came to intercourse, it was not on his biggest itinerary. If it happened, cool, it was great, they had no complaints, at least none that I could find. But when it came to priority, no. It wasn't. There was so many other things. He prioritized his companies. He prioritized his power on the financial world scale over women.
Over women. So,
yes.
Then I guess I would ask, why did he cheat so much?
Why did he cheat so much? Because anytime that he started to find another young, attractive thing, because I don't know if you've ever heard of this effect. I can't remember what it's called. Basically, your partner is a representation of your power and influence. So if you look at a fair amount of politicians that their wives are on kind of TV all the time or kind of in the news light, they tend to be fairly attractive and tend to be fairly, well, kind of intermediate, if you will. So with that being said, that is what he was looking for in a partner at all times. He was always looking for the attractive ones. He was always looking for people that would represent him in his own image.
Gotcha.
Not saying that we agree with that image, not saying that those women always met our image, but it was his depictulation.
Yeah, so I guess I would say, like, if this is a man who associates having an attractive woman at his whatever beck and call as power, it really doesn't. That kind of mindset is not a far cry from I have power, so I can do what I want with this woman, right? That's not a stretch.
Wait. Every single wife that he ever had was not at his baking. Even his first marriage was not at his baking call. They was essentially.
That's not what I'm saying.
You literally just said baking call.
Yeah, no, I wanna. Poor choice of words. My point is, if his idea of power is having an attractive woman next to him, right? Being with an attractive woman, it does not. Like, it is not a stretch of the imagination to say that to exercise his power, he would believe he can get whatever woman he wants, and he would go after whatever woman he wants, whether they like it or not. He's been accused way before his presidency. This is like not a rare thing for him. It feels very in character for the way that he portrayed himself. And does that mean it's true? Not necessarily. Does it mean that, like, I think more people should take it realistically and actually, like, believe it? Absolutely. I don't think this man truly cares the way he portrays himself. It does not seem like he truly cares about women. He cares about the sort of view that they bring him.
So I will say this. During his biography, every woman that was on that biography that spoke all said the same thing. Donald Trump cares about women just like he cares about men, but he cares about powerful women. Women that are willing to push back on him, but do it productively.
This is his autobiography, correct?
Yes.
So yeah, I'm gonna be honest.
And when it comes to men, same thing. You're either powerful and you are strong, or you are weak and he doesn't give a fuck. That is essentially his modes.
Again, I mean, personally, I don't know, when was this biography published? Like,
so the autobiography.
Yeah, autobiography.
Yeah. Let me look that for you.
Because I'm trying to figure out, this seems like, it's hard to believe an autobiography because you get to choose what you put in there. Right?
Well, no, this was it wasn't it was about him. It was about him, about his entire life, his family's life, and all of that. And it basically ascends to how he, from the beginning to now of him being president, essentially of how his family operated, how he operated, and why he does the things that he does. Not saying I agree with them. Anyway,
so he didn't write it, correct? He's not the writer?
Okay. No, he's not the writer.
Yeah, because you kept saying autobiography. That's why I was getting tripped up.
Oh, sorry. Okay, poor choice of word on that one. So that was
no worries.
On me. Anyway, but so it's the biography, Donald Trump's Rise, The Rise of Donald Trump, full documentary biography. The easiest place to get to it is honestly YouTube, but they do have a few websites, but they're a little harder to look up because they're not exactly, I guess you could say, like top of the line, well known, if you will. So,
gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know, it doesn't feel, he associates women with power. It's clearly, at least in part, an objectifying thing, right? It's seeing attractive women. It's not necessarily about strong women.
Andy, I don't know about you. I don't know about you. I'm not going to speak about you. But a majority of men that I've met, that I've talked to on the daily, or even you, without knowing it, we all look at women as equals or as submissives. There's only two categories, equals or as submissives. Now, in those two categories...
That doesn't make sense.
Yes. You either look at them as an equal co-partner in a relationship or in life.
Do you think anybody views women as do you think any man views themselves as the submissive and the woman as the leader or whatever? Or do you think that's never happened?
I think that happens all the time.
So what you're saying is wrong.
No, when it comes to the equal, if you are equal in something, she's going to be better than you at something.
What?
That is literally where the man is not the outright powerhouse, but he's also not the submissive. Now, when it comes to submissive, he does anything that the woman says, no. That's a kink. That I wouldn't say that that's an attraction. That's a kink, but that's okay. Anyway, when it comes to, again, submissive or dominant, those are the majority categories that men are going to find themselves in. And their partner, it basically represents that. A lot of, again, businessmen, men of power tend to try to have women that they view is attractive and very well presenting.
Yeah, I think, again, it's clear that, I believe at least, it seems to me that Donald Trump values attraction over power, right? For example, I don't think Hillary Clinton's an attractive woman. I think she's a powerful woman, and I'd never get the feeling that Donald Trump would go for her. I think he would go for a young, less powerful, more attractive woman. That seems the type that he is. So it seems he's not just attracted to power. He likes the look. He likes how it feels to be.
The look is power.
The look is not inherently power, no.
No, that is literally how the thought process of this ideology works.
What ideology?
The look is essentially power and influence, just not the power and influence that men have. Because a majority of men aren't just going to go by how their body looks. Because let's face it, if Donald Trump went how his body looks, he would be plateauing heavily. More than he is.
For sure.
Yeah. But at the top of his game, according to, again, the various individuals that spoke in those biographies,
Yeah.
he was at, I would say, between 35 and his early 40s, he was, quote unquote, a very handsome man.
Mm-hmm.
Me, I wasn't alive then, so I couldn't tell you. But
Yeah.
those was their words, not mine. Now, when it comes to all of these things, again, very subjective, and you're welcome to disagree. I'm not going to sit here and say that you have to agree with everything that I'm saying, because definitely that's
Obviously.
not how the world works. But when the only things that you essentially have to at least understand is the facts that I am giving you of not a single one of his wives indicated at all that the kind of man that various other individuals depictulate, they never seen that.
Well, that's factually incorrect, though. Donald Trump,
Which
one of
ones?
Donald Trump's ex-wife. I'm gonna see exactly who it was who
Yeah.
has accused him of I believe rape, and still to this day accuses him. Right? Hold on. I
Yeah.
want to see the exact name. So yeah, it seems like this was Ivana who she claims that she felt violated during an encounter. Like during a sexual encounter with him. And she's claimed this since the 90s. So it's not like this is a brand new thing that, people start accusing him when he wants to become president.
All
Now,
right,
this man
so a little bit. Wait. Stop. Blah, blah, blah. All right, so Ivana, yes, during their divorce, during their public spat over multiple radios, news agencies, quote unquote, said that she felt uncomfortable with an interaction with Donald J. Trump, later recanting it, saying that she was pissed. So she recanted it later, saying that, hey, a lot of stuff was going on. I said a lot of shit. Half of it, a majority of it was not true. It was me just saying it. So you're fine. She did say it, but then she later recanted it.
Yeah, she recanted it, specifically saying she was not calling it grape in the literal or criminal sense. Just sort of show that, she obviously believes that
the point is she recanted it. So either one of two things happened. Either A, it didn't happen like you're trying to impitulate that it happened, or B, it did happen and she's lying with the recanting. Either she's a liar or you're misinterpreting.
So
one of
the
two things are
interpretation
happening
that
here.
I'm giving, right? To be clear, the interpretation that I'm giving is not that he legally or criminally or anything like that raped her, but the interpretation I'm giving is that this man clearly has no issues with, like, having sexual relations with people that make them uncomfortable, right? And this is not a new thing. This is a thing that's been happening. People have been accusing him.
Do you not understand what a recant is? A recant is basically saying that it did not happen unless they reiterate something else, which she didn't.
Yeah, she literally did.
All she said was...
Do you want me to read the quote again?
Go for it.
Okay, yeah. let's get the exact quote. I gotta scroll back up. On one occasion during 1989, Mr. Trump and I had marital relations in which he behaved very differently towards me than he had during our marriage. As a woman, I felt violated, as the love and tenderness which he normally exhibited to me was absent. I refer to this as grape, but I do not want my words to be interpreted in a literal or criminal sense. So it's clear that, like, he has a history of an accusations of him making women uncomfortable with sexual relations, right? There's this. I don't know the full details. I'm also seeing something about Jill Hurth, I believe, also accusing in the 90s.
Real quick, I think I pinpointed your voice real quick. Does Cider Gears mean anything to you?
No.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I don't know what that is at all. But like, going back to the point, we've seen multiple recordings of the way this man talks about women. We've heard accusations since the 90s. It's incredible.
About women or about a specific woman? Because every recording,
about two specific women.
Yeah, that's not okay. That is not a collective. That is not all. That he had one against
it's not all.
Hillary Clinton, and he had one against Harris. Oh yeah, his opponents in the race. Yeah, that's going to be clean. Those individuals. I'm going to say this right now. When it comes to politics, it is a blood sport. You are going to say things. You are inevitably going to.
No, that's
do
not
things.
what I'm talking about. I'm talking about I believe it was what he considered locker room talk. Do you remember that tape? The audio tape of, like, grab them by the, you know?
Yeah, his quote-unquote thing of him saying that you can be so rich that you can grab them by the blank. I've never done it, but I could if I wanted to. Oh yeah, that is so him saying that he said that he's done something. No, that's him saying that there are women, because there are, and you denying it is astounding to me.
I'm not denying.
There
Why
are
we talking about this? Well, then fucking drop them. It's making me very uncomfortable.
Okay. Hey,
I'm sorry. I didn't
lady
mean to make you
said
uncomfortable.
Yep, you're good. Bye. Sorry.
We don't talk about that in here.
All right.
What happened?
Oh, the wife was done with that kind of conversation,
No,
so
I understand that. I'm talking about the screen just now. Like, it went black and then my picture was gone and
media is loading in.
Come kick some ass.
No,
baby.
I do not support J6 rioters. I feel like any of them that committed a crime needs to be held fully accountable. When it came to the pardons, I don't like how he did a blanket pardon. I wish it would have been more specificized, but it is what it is.
and unless
Anyway,
you
Pam.
were there, you don't know what happened. So
Well, for the record, I wasn't there, but
I'm not
I've.
talking about you directly. I'm talking about the people bringing it up.
Oh, well. Anyway, I will say that I have various opinions. Anyway, I'm gonna continue to let people up and ask questions. Try not to get triggered. I'm mainly bringing you up because if it gets to the point to where I feel like they're having a disingenuous conversation, I'm gonna say, Pam, have fun,
Well,
and then you can do it.
1 second before you bring somebody else up, and I'll mute
Okay.
up. I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
But I was saying in the comments before, because I got a phone call, was the reason why I had to drop down. But anyway, the person that came up and saying about your misspelling or the way you talk or mispronounce something or what, and I'm like, bring me up now, bring me up.
I seen that. There's a reason why I didn't. they was trying to goat me. They was trying to get me infuriated, and they was trying to trigger me, and I just don't care. I
It's
stated
not even that. The fact of somebody's going to come up on your panel and say something about because you misspell a word or because you mispronunciate a word or what, that's a them problem. They got some serious issues, and people have different accents and pronounce words differently every single day. For God's sakes, I don't sound like no. My
By
accent.
the way, the person in the comments saying that Bros got backup. No, she's not backup. She's an entire military on her own. I brought her up because she's a friend, and I like having her up here. You don't like that? Tough. I don't need backup.
And
I
you
can
got a
handle
problem
all.
maybe on our panel, you're more than welcome to come up and we can have a discussion about how you can
No, guys, she's my backup.
You
So-
damn Skippy.
I mean, I can. The person that said that is in the comments. If
Oh, let him up, let him up, let him up. Let Pam rip into him.
I'm not sure it's a him.
Or her.
I don't know.
Either or. Let Pam rip a new one.
That they might have left. I don't know if they'll. Oh, maybe.
Ooh, ooh.
I don't care if you disrespect me. I know who I am. I know.
How dare you disrespect
I know I am a bitch to the core.
Oh,
So
Jesus.
I gave myself a pat on the back when he said what he said about me. I'm good.
I love her.
I know I'm good.
How dare you disrespect me?
No, she said, "I don't care if you disrespect me."
I was married to a fucking narcissist. I'll laugh at
Anyway.
you with the
She's
disrespect.
the wife
For God's sakes.
backup.
Anyway, all right. Let's do this. Oh boy. Okay, go ahead and mute up, Pam.
Hello, my fellow American. How you doing?
I'm doing awesome. What's your question?
Well, I am a fellow Democrat, and you know it's good to us Republicans and whatever party can just have a good, decent debate or conversation. How do you feel about the Secretary of Defense trying to do testosterone testing on our soldiers and raising the recruiting age to 45? Do you think like, because I know now that I'm seeing that it's 45, I'm getting my GED just so I can serve my country at 38. So I'm saying, like, do you think it's going to change anything with like testosterone testing of our soldiers?
Yeah, I mean, from what so you do know that testosterone controls a lot of things in a man, right?
Well, yeah, because I mean, we gotta understand at a certain age, let's say like 45. I mean, most veterans retire like.
All I really needed was a yes. So in that, when it comes to testosterone checks and all of that, testosterone is a fairly good way to see physical peak health of what you cannot necessarily see. So it's a good indication of various health attributes and whatnot. So it kind of goes inside of, okay, is this individual good? Is this individual not good? Is he going to have problems? Because if you have low testosterone, history and studies do show that low testosterone tends to have more health problems as the individual male gets older, or the individual in general gets
we're
older.
Gonna be recruiting. Okay, we're gonna be recruiting ages 18 to 45. You know, 45 is a very crucial age. The late 30s is a very crucial age for a gentleman. You know, so I mean, I'm pretty sure a lot of men in their like late 40s or early 40s are going to be very low testosterone provision. I mean, they're going to have to go through a whole new basic training just to get these gentlemen up to beat.
That's going to be a very interesting to see. I mean, considering how new it is, I honestly don't know. It's very possible. Thank you for the gummy bears. You're awesome. Anyway,
Why are you getting gummy bears?
I don't know. I'm getting gummy bears. Anyway, when it comes to various things, but no, it's, yeah, I look forward to the results. I don't know what the results will be. And yes, I did hear about that, but I'll be honest, I didn't look into it exclusively. But yeah.
No, it's pretty new, right? I'm like, if I'm able to join the army at 38 now, I'm gonna be peeved because I would love to serve my country at 38. I mean, I'm getting my GED just so I can actually be able to serve in the military, even if I have to go into like the army or something. But I mean, yeah, but I don't know. I mean, I can't imagine.
I mean, I'll be honest. There are. I hear it all the time of people that are kind of out of age of going into the military. This will kind of be like a second chance possibly for those kind of individuals. And I hear about it all the time of, I wish I would have went into the military, or I wish I could re-enlist in the military, but due to my age, I can't, stuff. And it's like, oh, and now with this, it can give various individuals an opportunity to see if they will do that. So any other questions though?
I have another question. So there's been a debate going on between our I will say colleagues, right? Because regardless of parties, we're still colleagues. So there's been a huge debate saying that our government where most of the parties have been taken over by aristocratic foreign lobbyists who have pretty much influenced the way the economy goes, because of the way the country is run by pretty much greedy corporations, pharmaceutical companies, insurance companies, who are pretty much strangling the American people out of their savings. I mean, can you see that there's like a aristocratic problem within the parties right now?
I can definitely see politicians letting what you're describing happen. Now, whether or not I believe every single politician is subjugated to that, no, I feel like there's notable exceptions that politicians do hold to their own values and their own beliefs, and they don't give a fuck about anybody else's beliefs. They give a fuck about them and their constituents. So one of my current favorite people to reference is Kennedy in the Senate. I think he's very hilarious, and he definitely holds to his values. So,
I mean, like, for example, right, to create a systematic system that works to give people with like low income more opportunities. I mean, when they're trying to relinquish a social democratic system like welfare, Medicaid, unemployment, I mean, which is actually a taxpayer funded program. I mean, don't you see a problem when we have people in America that have claimed to be trillionaires and they're above the economic range?
Yeah, so when it comes to those social programs, don't get me wrong, I understand their purpose and stuff, but at the same time, I don't like those social programs, not because I don't think they don't help people, because they do, but they essentially enable people and make them reliant on the government, because a vast majority of individuals that gets on various programs of the government stays reliant on them as long as possible. And it is a detriment to them when something like this happens. Me personally, I think that it's more of a give people the tools and the drive to make their own success.
I do believe that social, like when it comes to certain programs, they should also give people the opportunity to actually want to work, right? The problem in America is that nobody wants to work. Nobody wants to actually go out there and make America great with
Well,
their hands, right? They just like the whole fact that we have an
so
entire generation want the, and what the problem is when the government's too involved in social structures like democratic socialism in America, that's Medicaid, medical, Social Security, and stuff. It
right.
actually
So
it actually ruins it for the older generation or retirement or those that plan to retire.
right. Well, I would say that it's not that nobody wants to work. It's just in various areas, in various counties, cities, and whatnot, and in some states, there are municipalities that essentially incentivize people not to work. It's not that they don't want to, it's just they will get more from the government by doing almost nothing than they will from the check of a job. Like there are certain places in New York, California, that they actually get more from the government than they do a job. And I view that is actually bad. That's literally saying, hey, you don't need to go work, we'll subsidize everything.
Well, the problem is, I think the problem right now is the liquidation of increase of pay rate, right? For example, my father used to get paid $5.30 an hour when he was working, but rent and food was a lot more cheaper back then. We're saying 95 compared to it is right now. When I started working after college, like in 2007, the economy was still booming. Like I was getting paid what, $9.50 an hour, and my rent was like maybe $600 a month. I was able to actually afford actually living working at McDonald's. And right now, Americans can't even work 3 jobs. They have to work 3 jobs just to get food on the table or afford their medical needs. So that's I think the problem is the fact is overprinting of liquidation of economic infrastructure, or the filibuster is actually ruining the pay grade when it comes to payroll. That's what most Americans are saying. There's no benefit on working for a payroll if you can't even afford rent.
Yeah, so when it comes to working the 3 jobs thing, that's always kind of been a possibility. I would argue that there's not a lot of Americans doing that right now, but there are numerous amounts. Like if you can provide something that says that about, I'll say 83,000 Americans or something like that is working 3 jobs, then I'll give you credence. But until then, I just don't see it. There are, I would say in the United States, there's probably about maybe 50,000, maybe 30,000 Americans roughly doing 3 jobs. And it's not because they have to, it's more or less because that's just how they was raised. That is their work ethic.
Oh yeah. I work in agriculture, and like agriculture work is something that you pretty much grew up doing. What's your opinion on student loan? Do you think that college programs should have a more affordable system to actually create the ability to let people actually want to attend the college?
So my personal opinion is college should be the only thing that the government honestly should stay the fuck out of, but it should essentially be free, in my opinion, because education should be just kind of granted and given, because education and knowledge is power, and that is my firm belief. So I honestly think education should be free. The fact that the federal government and the governments around us have gotten involved in college trying to do grants and whatnot, they have driven up the prices exponentially comparison to what college used to be prior to grants and various like whatnot, if you will. So yeah, that's my personal opinion. Okay, I guess he was done. I don't know. All right, well, I guess I'll bring up the next guest. Oh.
Good, because he was a whack job anyway.
Oh, we'll see if this person comes back or not. Maybe.
It's because Pam scared him away.
I don't know. We'll give this one, this individual. I accepted him, but we'll give him some time to. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. They, all right, guys. So really quick, feel free to request back. I'm going to go ahead and clear out my request box because there's like numerous amounts of people in here that I just know for a fact isn't here. So give me less than a minute and you're welcome to re-request and we will get you up. All right.
Babe, my cat can barely keep up with me.
Okay, let's see what we have here.
Hello,
Hello.
my pronouns are he, him. And you're a Republican. I'm going to ask you questions. So, why don't you support LGBTQ going into whatever bathroom they want to go into?
Because you're born a male, you go in the male's bathroom. You're born a female, you go in a female's bathroom. When you have a child that is in that bathroom, then come into me and ask about being in a female's bathroom because I got news for you. I'm going to drag you out by your fucking LGBTQ hair.
Wow. Okay, so when I become a woman in September and
You'll never be a woman. You can try so hard, but you will never be a woman.
yeah, I'm
You
already
can act it, you can sound it, you can dress it. You will never be a woman.
I already got surgery for September, so when I walk
Surgery
into
does
the
not make
women's,
you a female. You cannot push a baby out from between your fucking legs. You are not a woman.
I'm going to be a trans woman, whether you like it or not. Why does it
You can be all the
irritate you?
trans you want. Doesn't make you a woman.
But why does it irritate you guys?
It doesn't irritate. It irritates me that you try and throw it in our faces. You want to
Is
be a
it
woman?
because-
Buy a woman. Be a woman. All you want to be.
Is it
Keep
because
that
of
shit to
competition?
yourself. You do not have to flaunt it in every single woman's face that you, being a male that was born with a fucking penis, now wants a vagina.
So, like, I'm going to walk into the women's bathroom whether you like it or not. Like, I think it's a stupid law that, well, I think it's a stupid
And let
rhetoric.
me be in that bathroom, and I promise you, I will drag you out by your hair.
Oh, you wouldn't tell, honey. Trust me.
Oh, yes, I
You wouldn't
can.
tell.
I am born and raised in New Orleans. I worked with dumb motherfuckers like you every day, working on Bourbon Street, thinking that you more woman than me. Never gonna happen, sweetie.
Okay, now that we're done with that, my answer to the question, by the way, is you're trying to essentially bait it, and yeah, when it comes to trans people going into the bathroom, it just opens up,
You
and
should not be in that fucking woman's restroom.
it just opens up a very. It opens up something
That person needs
normally
help.
is a red
That
flag.
that
So-
person needs some serious mental help because God does
Okay.
not make mistakes.
Let's move on. Let's move on. Maybe.
I don't have a problem with anybody.
Back into the men's restroom.
I don't have a problem with anybody being who they want to be. Don't come and flaunt the shit in my face. Don't go on TikTok and talk about LGBTQ, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to be a female. You sound like you're holding your fucking nose when you talk.
Oh boy. Anyways,
Get
damn.
the dick stuck from the back of your throat.
I'll be honest. I normally kick people when they start doing the offensive things, but yeah, that individual was just something else. Anyway, moving forward.
They can be what they want to be. Just keep your fucking business to yourself. You don't need to publicize it. If you want to be a female so bad, then be a female. You don't have to walk in there shaking your ass like you're fucking doing a hula hoop. Ain't no
Why
bitch
was
got
that?
that much fucking shake.
My bad. Why was that
anyway.
one black lady so angry? Like she seemed very pissed off. What was she mad about?
You're talking about me?
No, the woman before, the one that was fucking like screaming.
That would be me.
No, I mean the other one. I mean the other one. They got kicked.
You're talking about the trans person?
I don't know.
Yeah. They whoever was talking seemed really pissed off.
That was me that was talking.
Oh shit, my bad. Wait,
I know I
why are you
sound
so
black.
angry though? Why
Wait,
are you so angry?
I know I sound black because I'm from New Orleans.
Are you Asian or something?
Anyway,
No, I
all
am
right.
Caucasian. I have a black accent because I grew up in New Orleans.
My bad.
Let's get into a productive. Do you have any questions for me, the host?
No, I do have a statement though. Looking, it looks like a lot like rage bait. I'm not gonna lie. Which if you are, it's whatever.
How is it rage bait? It's not I have rage bait backgrounds for sure. I definitely have those, but this isn't one of them.
No, not at
No,
all.
I mean, like your whole account. Your whole account is being about. Seems like being about a Republican. It just seems like a live, a live rage bait account.
Democrats. So Democrats can just say whatever they want when they want, whatever.
Wait. Yeah, I don't think he was meaning it offensively.
No, I'm
I
neither. I neither.
Let me finish my sentence, please. That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
So Democrats could say and do and act out and whatever, however they want, and call people names and say whatever. But the first time a Republican comes on here and says, "I'm a Republican," you have questions, you want to debate, you call that a rage bait? Like,
no, I'm not calling that a rage bait account. I'm neither Democrat or Republican. I don't agree with either sides. I think they're both bullshit. I'm more talking about, I've seen Democratic and Republican accounts that look just like this, and they just look like rage bait. I mean, that's all I'm saying.
Because we want to have a conversation with somebody, a reasonable conversation.
I mean, so I will say this real quick. So I assume you're not talking about my bio because nothing in my bio suggests rage bait. I was very specific about that. But there are a few posts that I was just bored at work last night, and I was actually looking for conversation, and I was looking to irritate people. So yes, there was two posts last night one post last night that was rage bait purposely because I was bored.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't even look at your videos. I was going off, the whole live and your account description. It just matches what I've seen 100 times on TikTok Live with rage bait accounts. So
what in my account description is rage bait? I'm curious.
Yeah, I mean, there are Democrats who come up on here. There are Democrats and Republicans who come on TikTok Live to rage bait people with
yeah
with and
right.
Some of the stuff that you have just kind of looks like it can fit the description of a rage bait account. That's why I asked that.
Yeah. So like what stuff? I'm genuinely curious now. You got me curious.
Oh, just the whole fact that your profiles and this is all that I put together. The fact that your account has a American flag, and the first thing in your bio says I'm an average American Republican. and you have a TikTok
Mhm.
live on here that says I'm a Republican and ask me questions, it just looks a lot like rage bait. Like you make your whole account about being a Republican, and then you go on live to rage bait people. That's just what it looked like to me. But if it's not, it's whatever.
Yeah, no, honestly, it irritates me when people come up here in a rage format and trying to yell and scream. Those are people that I'll give like 5 seconds to see if I can calm them down. And if I can't and I can't get a word in, I just drop them because I'm not here to rage bait. I'm here to have genuine discussions and debates.
Yeah, well, I understand that now. That's just what I went off, when I first joined, which, I am sorry for assuming, but.
No, you're good. Hey, you're not the first, and I'll be honest, if guaranteed the fact that you thought it was rage bait, you're not the first and you're not going to be the last. I get accused of a lot of things. I get accused of being paid by the Republican Party, yet I have never received a check from anybody.
I mean,
ever.
that has become a problem recently where both Democratic and the Republican Party is paying social media entrepreneurs to promote their,
Oh, trust me, I know quite a few people on both sides that have been paid by think tanks that lean one side or the other, or encouraged by politicians to release certain content. So I'm very aware of it. It's just me personally, like I've made several videos of, I don't do that. I'm not saying I'll never do that because I don't like to predict the future very much. The future I feel is always evolving and things can change, things can happen. But as of right now, no, I don't have any plans or I don't intend to receive any money from any think tanks, any corporations, any politicians that want to influence my content. My content is my fucking content, and if you don't like it, understandable. It's not for everybody, but it is for me.
They can send me money. I'll publicize every fucking Democrat on the face of the earth.
Wait, Pamela,
Send Pam money.
Pamela, I have a question. This is not any way to try to, make you angry or anything, but what is your conviction against Democrats? You seem very angry towards them, in general.
Yes, I was married to one that was a narcissistic asshole. So yes, I hate fucking Democrats.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not trying to be a prick when I say this, but just because you get one bad cookie doesn't mean they're all bad.
Oh no, his whole entire family is Democrats and they are a bunch of assholes.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean every single Democrat, because, I know plenty of Republicans in real life who are
I have
total
Democrats in my own family that I absolutely don't like because the fact of you don't like me because I'm Republican, but I'm supposed to love you because you're Democrat? Fuck you. No.
What I was saying was, just because they are Republican, and in general, if you don't like somebody because of their political opinions,
I don't dislike them because they're.
Well, it seems like from what you've been saying, you dislike them because they are Democrats. I mean, you just said that you hate all
dislike
Democrats.
Democrats because they're assholes to me. That's not the way that the world works. If you're gonna be an
okay.
It's essentially the analogy of hate breeds hate. Any other questions?
Can I make an analogy to you, Pamela? One analogy so you can maybe understand where I'm coming from. So,
dude, I am a 50-year-old grown woman that has been voting longer than you are age.
Okay, I get that, but just because you're older than me does not mean that my opinion means less, okay? What I was going to say, though...
means nothing to me.
Yeah, yours doesn't either because it doesn't directly affect me. But the analogy
Let's let him finish real quick.
The analogy I was going to make, you can make the analogy with hundreds of things. If I get a couple of soft cookies or cookies that are still soft in the middle, am I gonna stop eating cookies forever and hate all cookies? I mean, that's just ludicrous, or same thing can be applied with race, anything. It can be you had a few bad run-ins with African Americans or
And
people.
that is a really bad analogy. And the fact that you're talking to someone that has lived in black neighborhoods, grew up in black neighborhoods, lived in the projects before,
Okay, well,
ran in the projects. Your analogy is completely irrelevant to
Well-
why I dislike Democrats.
No, it's not because I'm using
Yes,
this.
it
I'm
is.
I'm applying the same thing that you said because you had a bad boyfriend and you had a bad
Boyfriend,
family.
I was married to the asshole for over 30 years.
Okay, but just because you had that bad boyfriend who was a Democrat and you had bad family who were Democrats, does that mean you should hate every single?
Married.
Okay, I get that you were married to him.
Never done.
Something that I've never done. Okay, but I get you were married to him. Okay, if I get married to a black woman and she hates and she does whatever, should I hate all black people? No, I shouldn't. So why do you apply the same thing to
You
political
don't know me.
ideology?
You don't know my life. You don't know what I'm living through right now.
You don't know
So,
me either when you
bye.
say these things.
Okay.
You don't know me.
All right. I was gonna say this conversation has broken down way further than I intended it to. Anyway, moving forward, go ahead and mute up. I'll let the next guest up. Let's hope and pray that they don't just automatically. Yeah.
I love having him in the butt. Hello?
Hi. How old are you?
I am 19.
Ooh, barely on the cusp. Okay, what's your question?
So you're a Republican?
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean like you're pro-life, pro-ICE, all that?
No, not completely.
Okay, can you explain that to me?
Yeah, most definitely. So when it comes to the AB, I am the general notion of I'm glad that it was returned back to the States, and it should be between a doctor and the patient. The government needs to stay the fuck out of it unless a malpractice happens. Then that's when legality would come into effect, and that's when the government making the laws would technically come into effect. Anything outside of that, I just don't really touch because I don't get into the general argument of it, because when I do, I tend to get the, oh, you're a man, you don't have a right to talk. Even though technically I still do, I'm not gonna fucking argue with someone or numerous amounts of people that have that same view of men shouldn't talk on the subject. When it comes to the ICE situation, I do acknowledge that ICE does bad things. There are bad ICE officers. There are bad ICE agents. But that does not mean by default that the entire department is bad. For everything that ends up in the news, there are hundreds of thousands of interactions that do not end up in the news and whatnot. So this notion of ICE is like the bad Gestapo and the bad Hochreich of whatever, then it's not even remotely close to that. If it was, then yeah, I would not support them at all in any form of the imagination. The fact is that they are enforcing laws, and when you enforce a law, it's already difficult to begin with because no one wants to be caught breaking the law. No one wants their life to be interrupted because they made a choice, and now they are going to have to suffer the consequences of that choice. And when it's in, I guess you could say, inflamed of individuals saying, oh, all these agents are, if they catch you, you're going to be unalived, you're going to get this, you're going to get that. Inflaming it's like, oh, well, if I'm already going to go in the dirt, I might as well go down driving, or I might as well go down swinging. And that intensifies an already dangerous situation to where that individual is not going to make it out because there are more agents than there are that individual in most situations. So the better aspect of it would be to say, hey, comply and fight it in court or prove that you're a citizen. One of those two avenues is perfectly fine. And if you are here illegally, you made a choice. Suffer the consequences.
Okay, what are open borders to you? What do you think open borders are?
Open borders is a political terminology that has no legal premise.
Okay, why do you think people illegally immigrating here, like, why do you think they are illegally immigrating to America?
So why anybody illegally immigrates here is because they are given the false hope or the false equivalence by various cartels and various groups to come to the United States. Oh, it'll be great. It's the American dream. But the reality is a vast amounts of people that are coming here is for financial reasons, and that's fine.
See, I
but
told you the Mormons were a cult. Now their leaders blaming victims for abuse.
I'm not a Mormon, so okay. Anyway.
You were baptized Mormon.
Yeah, but how often do I follow that
I'm
practice?
just saying, I told you it was a cult.
Anyway, moving on. Sorry about that. But no, when it comes to the notion of people coming here, you have green cards, you have all of these avenues to do it. Or if you are fleeing from political persecution or from political situation, or if you're fleeing from a threatening situation of some degree, but financial does not fall in any of those categories of asylum, then you can come here and do asylum. That is a process that hundreds of people do every single day, week, month. Thousands do every single year. So this notion that the United States, that you can't come in a legal pathway is so untrue and been so debunked time and time again. If you actually look at every single nation on this planet, the United States has one of the easiest ways to come into the country. We have ways that you can come in a matter of months and still be here legally. Yeah, you'll be here legally for several years before you become a citizen, but the fact is you are here. Versus other countries, that isn't gonna happen like that.
Okay, I see where you're coming from, but also if you were being politically suppressed, religiously suppressed, and you were looking for a place to come to, seek asylum, do you know how much money it costs usually, like statistically, to become an American citizen?
Yes, all that money you can actually earn here while you're going through the process. You're allowed to get jobs as long as you go through the proper vetting processes. Even you are aware that even asylum seekers can apply for things to be able to legally get a job in the United States. Okay, so the fact of getting that money to be able to become a citizen, I'm not saying that the process is easy. I've never claimed that of becoming a U.S. citizen is easy. I am saying entering the country legally is easy when it comes to
entering the country legally and being a legal immigrant are two very different things. And you actually did just say that becoming an American citizen was easy by saying the process was much easier than in other countries. So,
no, I said the process is much easier to come here legally is easier than any other country.
You
to
said our
become a citizen.
Immigration process is easier than other countries.
Why are you for immigrants coming here instead of for your American people?
Wait, Pam, wait. Before this conversation gets sidetracked. Again, coming here to the United States, can you name me a country that it is easier to immigrate to legally?
Yeah, I can. Russia,
Where?
Germany,
Nope.
Estonia, yes.
Nope. Okay,
This is tax.
so those two processes alone that you just mentioned, Russia, if you go there illegally or legally, and then you break a law of any magnitude, you don't get deported. You just get thrown in jail until they decide to let you out.
Right,
And that
typically
sometimes
that's what
is
happens when you commit a
years.
crime. That's typically what happens when you commit a crime.
Yeah, here, we just deport you. We don't want you. We just deport you back. You're not in jail. You just get deported.
Do you know what happens during the deportation process?
Yes,
Why?
actually I do. I know. Okay, so I know where you're going with this. So I know what's supposed to happen, and then I know what happens on various occasions. Yes, people do get hurt. People do unfortunately get unalived. That is a thing. I'm not going to say that it's not, because it is. It does happen. Accidents, situations occur. Now, how it is supposed to happen when it comes to deporting someone, first we have to find out where they came from. And it's typically they tell us, I came from here, and okay. And then they start setting up rides or transportation if they've been through the court systems before and the judge says, yep, deport. Now, if they have not been through the court systems, then they are given an opportunity to go through the court systems. They are given essentially a court appearance, and then typically they get paperwork of saying, hey, you can either A, if you haven't committed any crimes on the assumption of no crimes, then you can either A, fill out this paperwork and apply for green cards, apply for asylum. If you qualify, awesome. There's so many avenues they give you. Deportation is not the first thing that happens when it comes to immigrants and illegal immigrants collectively. It is usually the third, fourth, or fifth step. It's not the first. A lot of people think it's the first, and it's not.
Okay, right. So you told me what is supposed to happen, and which is like implying that what's supposed to happen doesn't usually happen. So that would mean that, we're being lied to.
No, the reason why I say supposed to happen is because anytime that I says happens, they're like, well, people get unalive, people do this, this always happens. Yes, I get that people tend to get, unfortunately, put in positions or put themselves in positions in certain situations that they get harmed, or the worst happens of they get unalive. But again, that's why I say supposed to happen, because the reality of it is hundreds of thousands of immigrants get deported or get court processes before deportation every single month, and then thousands more get it every single year. This is not a new thing.
Can you please tell me where you got that source from?
Department of Homeland Security website. It's literally right there. The fuck? And then you can also go to the immigrantsforjustice.com. They also kind of explain how it's all supposed to happen.
Yeah, how it's supposed to happen and how it happened are two different things.
Please tell me.
Personally, I know many immigrants. I know at least 5, 2 of which have been deported recently. One of which being my uncle. He's like.
Oh, so you're coming at this from an emotional standpoint. Got it. Okay.
No, not from an emotional standpoint. I'm not very close to him.
So you don't. Oh, so you're not very close to him, but you're emotionally charged. Got it.
I'm not emotionally charged. I really haven't, I haven't personally had conversations with him. But from what I understand, through him being my family and, having the facts about that, he has not committed a...
I was just tired of her. I'm not gonna lie, I was just tired of her.
Pam, I was actually having a good discussion there.
No, that was not. That was not. That was emotionally.
No, so I already knew where she was going. She's going to try to go down the emotional blackmail.
She's
and
19.
Well,
She
no,
hasn't even.
let me finish what I was going to say real quick. She's going to go down the emotional blackmail and say stuff that I could not verify. Everything I said.
And that's the reason why I dropped it. Because, again, that is about her and her emotions, not reality.
I know.
The reality is these people that are for immigration, that want the illegal immigrants to be here, are not for Americans.
Okay,
They don't. If their sibling was to
let's just move on. But yeah, I was gonna kind of trap her a little bit, but that's okay. We'll move on. We'll move on. Maybe we'll move on. Anyway, but no, when it comes to the way that stuff goes, yes, I understand people are affected by this, but again, your uncle, if he entered the country illegally, or if he entered the country legally but then overstayed a passport, alright, this is how I'll do it. I will let you back. Oh, Pam did. Okay. Alright.
Okay.
So, go ahead and present your names, and keep in mind, I will be looking up stuff on my end too.
Right.
But,
Okay.
yeah.
So his name is Marco Rosales. He has a he should be on a website called GoFundMe. I'm sure you know what it is. It has all the legalities and all the sources and all of the paperwork to show that he has been deported and what happened during the process.
Okay, why was he deported?
So he was getting his green card, and he was in court, going through the steps, and I can tell you also the place it happened if you would like to know, just so you can confirm.
Okay, so you said he was getting his green card. How long had he been here without one?
Well, he's been in the process of getting a green card for the last 5 years.
Yep, nope. Okay, so when it comes to a green card, you either get one or you don't. You have 365 days to get one. I don't know if you're aware of this, and that's including the time that you submit your first application for one. So once you enter the country, you have 365 days from the point of entry in the legal sense to get a green card. If you have not gotten one within 365 days, just that alone subjects you to deportation. Yes, you can be in the process of it all you want, but after a certain time period, regardless of what you want, what you like, what you don't like, the legal premise is you are subject to deportation.
Okay, right. He has been in the U.S. for 20 years. He was in the process of getting his green card the last 5 years.
He deserved to be deported.
He had a green card the first 15 years of being in the U.S. because he had a child in the U.S.
Okay. All right.
So his green card, it expired. He went to go get it redone. And in the court process, ICE agents came to him in Paducah, Kentucky, and they deported him. And he is now in a, gosh, I forget what it's called.
Okay, so the terminology you are looking for, he's not trying to get a green card. He is trying to
Reinstate.
reapply for one, reinstitute one. He's not trying to get one because he already had one, according to what you're telling me. But again, you are aware that you can be deported for anything. I don't know why he was deported. And when it comes to this GoFundYou page, I'll give you credence that it is probably a real thing. I've been seeing a lot of GoFundYous for immigrants go up. But when it comes to everything on there, it is clear to me that it is going to, there's going to be critical parts that are missing from reality. There's something that you can't tell me because you don't know, or you just don't want to know, and that's fine. And there's something that I'll never be able to find, because they don't just deport for you going to get a green card. There's an external reason. There's an external reason of why he was deported. Now, what that reason is, again, I don't know. There's a plethora of reasons why he could have been deported. He could have done something that nobody knows about except the law knows about it, / the government. And there's something that he could have said that you, I, or anybody else may not know about. Because when it comes to immigrants that are here on green card, they are guests. And they can be exiled from the country for any reason. It's literally in the immigrant legality book that you can be deported for any reason that the executive branch sees fit. If you say something against them, if you do something against them, yeah, I don't agree with it, but that is a reality.
Okay,
Same thing happened under Obama, same thing happened under Biden, same thing happened under Bush. Every president has adjudicated, if you will, what they will agree with and what they will not agree with when it comes to immigration law. Immigration law is at the exclusive behest of the executive branch.
Why are you a Republican? Why did you vote Republican?
Because when it comes to voting Republican, the reasons why I vote Republican is I believe in small government and as much as possible returning the powers to the states. Now, when it comes to the borders and external things, yes, that is in the exclusive jurisdiction of the federal government / the executive branch. When it comes to the border, which has been adjudicated and affirmed under various presidents and various states who tried to challenge it. The Supreme Court has already affirmed time and time again that when it comes to the border, it is of an exclusive jurisdiction to the federal government. The only time the state government has anything to do with it is bordering another state, not another country.
You're a Republican. I assume you voted for Donald Trump.
Yes.
Yep, sure did, all three times.
How do you think Donald Trump has returned power to the states?
Well, let's see. Roe versus Wade comes to mind. When it comes to education, he's returning a lot of the, I guess you could say, like, power to the states to decide where funding goes a lot more. When it comes to various other things, the only thing that I would say that he's arguably trying to take away from the states, and he didn't have the power to begin with, was tariffs, because that's arguably been his biggest thing. I would say that he hasn't taken any power from the states, but as far as returning it, that would be Roe versus Wade, because everyone gives him the credit for that. So that's fine. You guys can give him the credit. I'll give him the credit too. Why the hell not? Even though technically it was the Supreme Court that did that. Whatever.
Okay, so are you a Christian?
No, I'm not religious.
First of all, religion does not belong in this conversation, so don't bring up any type of religion because that's not the subject.
No, let her bring it up. I'm curious of where she's gonna go with this, because depending on where she goes with this, it's gonna be interesting.
So, from what I understand, abortion is health care.
What is the music or TV or something in the background? Can it be lowered a little bit so I could hear?
Oh, Pam asked if you could lower that.
Just a
there
little
you go,
bit.
Pam.
Thank you, wifey.
She said thank you, wifey. All right. Anyway, continue. Sorry.
You're good. So from what I understand, Donald Trump is suppressing a amendment of ours, freedom of religion, because
How?
Abortion becoming illegal in several states.
What does abortion have to do with religion?
Abortion has to do with religion because people are, against abortion because of the fact that Jesus Christ, he says abortion is wrong. I don't know, which is false.
So, so I agree with what you just said of the book says that / religion says that. My question is, how is Donald Trump via policy or via law, because those are the only two ways that he remotely could try to suppress a state from passing a law. So how is he basically suppressing another state, a state from passing an abortion, a statewide abortion ban? Because notably, there are several states that have close to abortion bans. Like you cannot perform anything in those states almost. It has to be like the most stringent of circumstances.
Right. So by denying the right to an abortion is denying the right to health care, because consenting to sex is not consenting to a child, not consenting to having to give up your life to raise a child and, put them into school and all of that.
Did you literally miss the whole question that I just asked? How is he stopping it?
How is he stopping abortions?
Why are you for unaliving a baby?
It's not a baby.
Yes, it is.
Technically, it's a parasite.
Yes, it is.
Pam, we're gonna get into the muddy waters if we go down that road. I already know we are. My question was very specific.
My
Please
God,
answer.
please, I beg you, do not have kids, because they are going to be so fucked up in the head, and I guarantee you, I hope to God.
I have children.
Then you need to give them up.
I've
Pam.
done raising my children. No, it's
Pam.
okay. Okay, I understand.
Pam, all right. I still want an answer to my question. Do you remember it? Do you remember my question?
I do.
Okay.
How is Donald Trump, yeah. Okay, so first of all, who do you think passed the bill and said it was that's the president's job because
what
he is
bill?
Bro.
What bill?
This is Rage Bay. I actually cannot do this.
No, I genuinely am wondering what bill. Is it the one big beautiful bill? Is it what? Oh,
Bring it down, Mr. Loud fucking Mouth.
so you're gonna say a bill, and then I'm gonna ask you what bill, and then you're gonna say it's rage bait. Is it the one big beautiful bill? Is it the Save America Act? Is it what bill is Donald Trump supporting that has you tied up? Because there's no bill. There isn't one that has AB exclusively in it that Donald Trump is supporting. Now, if someone wants to come up and inform me of what that individual was talking about, I implore you to. I'm not right about everything, guys, but if I don't know something, I'm going to ask questions. And then, hell, even if I know something, I'm still going to ask questions because I don't believe that I'm right about everything. I like to have that back and forth. But if you cannot have a genuine back and forth, and the moment I ask a question, bro, I can't. This is rage bait. No, it's not rage bait. If it was rage bait, I could have so many other things on my background right now that I know would piss people off. Well, I guess that person didn't want to talk anyway. Okay.
All right.
Hello.
Hello. Hey.
Hi.
May I ask you why you support being a Republican? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because
The
we
reason
have a
why I-
brain.
That's not how I was going to answer that, but okay. The reason why I support being a Republican is I support localized government power, like your city, your state, and whatnot. And I believe as much power should be returned back to the states as humanly possible. There are certain things in the federal government should oversee, but a vast majority should be returned to the states.
Okay. Is that all you?
That's like the biggest portion of it. Others, I would argue, doesn't really fall as high on the criteria list. But yeah. Did you have any other questions?
Apparently, these people can't get their head out their ass, and Trump takes up renting their head. Why are you asking a person why they're a Republican when we are entitled to our rights to be what we choose to be? Just like you're entitled, you're allowed to be a Democrat, you're allowed to be whatever you choose to be. We have that choice. And you know he's a Republican because it says it on his page right there. I'm not getting mad at people that you're. And why are you a? And why are you a?
Testing 1 2 testing. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I take it that guest didn't want to wait. Got it. That's okay.
No, I disconnected it because she told me to shut up when I was speaking, and I'm not going to tolerate the disrespect by a kid. Hell no.
Fair enough. All right, let's see who else we get up here tonight. Thank you for everyone who has followed. Thank you for everyone who's been watching. You guys are amazing. Feel free to leave likes, all kinds of comments. whatnot. So, tis what it is. Hello.
Good morning or night wherever you're at. How's it going today?
Oh, I'm doing great. What's your question?
Well, actually, I have a couple.
Okay.
I was here listening for a couple, a while now. So I have just to start off the bat. How do you feel about taking? Yeah, I'm doing great.
Sounds like he's at work. That's okay. We'll let him
Give him a
come back
moment?
and yeah, we'll give him a bit. I do see you in the request box. We currently have we currently have a guest up here, Colton. So we will get to you momentarily. So,
I'm so sorry.
No, you're
I
good.
honestly, I've been
understand.
having a lull all night, and now, of course,
It sounds like you're at work.
no, I am. I'm bored. It's night shift life.
Hey,
So actually,
I have one of those jobs too. You're good.
So when you seem like the overall like normal Republican, taking away power from the federal level, coming into the states. My question is, why just break up all 50 states if you want a state-led government? Because it makes sense in some ways where you're able to get wherever your local Democratic beliefs, like you're more able to be quote unquote true to them. But for a lot of big ticket things like defense, healthcare, benefits, so like veteran benefits, foods, SNAP, they really need to be instituted in like
Damn,
a
is that
national
too
level.
loud?
No, she hasn't.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, baby.
Here.
She said, "Thank you, baby."
Welcome.
All right. Yeah. So when it comes to like individual states and whatnot, there is still various things in the union. For instance, there is a very specific reason why Texas has not seceded from the union, even though on countless things that they have threatened to quote unquote attempt to secede from the union. Oh, that individual is back. 1 second. Yeah, not rage bait. Not rage bait. Anyway, moving on. But yeah, so secede from the union and can't secede from the union because of a specific thing in the Constitution that says any state that resides in the United States cannot secede from the union.
Well, yeah, our big government is not like I'm talking more like in a hypothetical, like get everyone right, because of the power hungry men in Congress who never let that happen, especially if like California wants to secede.
So
we would
I'm all for California seceding. Bye.
Well, yeah, but you might be, but like the big government, they are one of our main economic powerhouses.
When it comes to the hypothetical, that would kind of go to, I would argue, anarchy to an extent, which I'm not for complete anarchy. It would essentially be like the European Union, to where you have countless countries next to each other, and yes, they all have their own laws, their own ways of doing things, but they also have kind of a joint understanding of things. And I would argue that there would be kind of a joint understanding, but then you have those states that they want to bring back various countless atrocity type actions that I would argue is not good. And it's kind of a good thing that the federal government does have a little bit of, I guess you could say, ability to oppress those kind of tendencies.
Oh my God, I'm losing interest. Say what you're gonna say.
Damn, Pam.
I'm sorry. I'm sitting here trying to concentrate on what's being said, but
Anyways,
translation.
the notion in landing my plane, some states would do stuff that is just inherently wrong, and then other states would do stuff that inherently tries to start a conflict that doesn't need to be started. So, in
Makes
a
sense.
what if scenario.
Okay, so I can understand that. Next question: how do you think we should try to conquer this divide on what is fact and what is not, especially in mainstream media? Because personally, let me say my spiel. I think the internet on public forums, so this would be like a legislation type thing, public forums, it should be illegal if you have a high following to willingly and knowingly lie or propagandize something. But you can do it in like let's say you're on a group chat. You can say whatever type of misinformation you want. But overall, I think that would benefit so much. Because there is so much.
Well, when Democrats start being held responsible for lies, then that will change.
No, it would be both
That
sides.
is not the
Because
direction
they
I
all
was going to
do
go
it
with that. But anyway, let
me 1 second. Most of the TV stations that you're saying, the journalism and whatever, lie, are democratically owned.
No, Fox News is actually an entertainment company, not a news station.
And Fox is a crock of shit.
No, it really is. But like, I'm just saying, like, it's overall. Well, overall on the internet. I'm not saying news station.
Hear me out. I say that because my ex-sister-in-law runs 117 news stations of Fox around the nation, and she's a Democrat. So yes, Fox News is a crock of shit.
Well, granted, the local stations are pretty good. Not to hurt them.
They're democratically owned. NBC,
I will
CBS,
say
ABC, all of the alphabets, all of the bullshit. It's democratically owned. So they lie. They make up shit, put it out there. The different news stations pick it up, claim it as truth, and the government says, see, they put it out there. That means it's true. Nancy Pelosi said it herself.
So, real quick, I'm going to try to bring this back a little bit. When it comes to the notion of essentially making a certain thing illegal, as you're saying, I understand that you're kind of doing it in a question/hypothetical type of a scenario. My notion is when it comes to fact versus opinion and misinformation and whatnot, there's a growing misconception of what a fact is and what an opinion is. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Everybody's entitled to, well, I should say every American is entitled to their own perception of reality, and numerous amounts of people on both sides do this. There are people that believe Donald Trump has done things and said things that he never has done and never has said, and same thing on the Republican side. There are individuals same degree of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. So
you're talking about whack and wacko.
Anyway, so this notion of opinion, that's fine. My whole thing is facts. People, I guess you could say, in my experience thus far, tend to hyper conflate the two and combine the two when they aren't. So for instance, this is just a for instance, by the way, an example, if you will. I don't know who's that in the background, but okay. So when it comes to saying that now Pam, hold with me here. When it comes to saying Joe Biden, when it comes to saying Joe Biden was the greatest president in history, that is an opinion. It isn't a fact. It is an opinion that individuals have.
And if anybody has ever said that, I really need to have a serious talk with them.
Pam, like I said, bear with me here. But that is an opinion that individuals have that is not a fact. Now, a fact, it would be of something that you can prove beyond a reasonable doubt. As
Yeah, like
in
the world is round.
Joe Biden, as in Joe Biden won the 2020 election. That can be proven. I can point to that. I can say this is why he won the 2020 election, and this is the results, and blah,
That's
blah,
still a
blah.
lie.
That, Pam.
Or do you believe that the election was rigged?
So, Pam, God damn it. Anyway, so let's not get stuck on this. It
No,
was just
yeah.
merely an example. Let's not do that.
No, but that's what I mean. Is like
I'm gonna come get
we're
you,
proven
Pam.
facts, not like hypothetical, opinion-based moral politics. Because a lot of politics are moral questions, but like something as simple as like the world is round, or
Right.
like scientific things like creation, like not to debunk
Dude.
creationism as a whole, but to debunk creationism whole.
The
like,
other
world is
day, I was
7
on a
million.
live, and there was a
Okay.
guy that was
So,
arguing with me that the world is flat.
No, really, like people do believe it, and there's whole communities that propagize that.
Real quick, let me ask you a kind of a simple question, and let me see if you believe it is a fact or if it is an opinion.
It's an opinion.
Donald Trump said that Republican voters are dumb. Is that a fact, or is that an opinion, or is it misinformation?
It's misinformation.
Well, I believe I heard something like that, but I don't off the top of my head remember him
So-
physically. Like I'm watching a video.
Yeah, so
But we can get into that.
the video, when I researched it, it actually was an edited video created to look like a specific news station, and the news station depicted in that video has no record of that video ever happening,
Yeah, no.
being created.
That is a big
So-
reason why I'm saying this, because one of the worst things, a lot of people get misconstrued on AI. AI, a lot of people are like, oh, let's have AI weapons. They're going to kill so many people. No, that's not the scary part. The scary part of AI is giving everyone, you, me, whatever, access to artificially create video in sound bites of whoever we want doing whatever we want.
But
then using
the
that
thing
to
about
prop
it
up-
is we can't stop everybody from doing this, but what we can do is encourage awareness to do due diligence, to do the research, and to, if you're going to be involved in seeing these, because a majority of online is algorithms. So you're 9 times out of 10, you're not going to see something that hasn't assimilated to something else, that hasn't kind of coalesced with something else in your algorithmic makeup, if that makes sense to you.
Well, yeah, no, but I'm just saying, like that's a big problem in whole, because they, especially if you devote time and money to AI products. Like 10 years ago, Adobe actually came out with voice modulating software that could clone anyone's voice, and it was so good the government actually pulled it from releasing. But in this field of like polarized politics where everyone's at each other's throats, especially, I'm so thankful you don't have like the stereotypical.
All right, thank you
debate
for
now.
coming in. Yeah, when it comes, sorry, I was talking in the chat real quick, my bad. But when it comes to overall, what you're saying is, it kind of conflicts with, I believe that everybody should have the right to freedom of expression, freedom of speech, and whatnot, and freedom to, even if
knowingly
that,
they're propagizing a cult following. Let's say I'm going to use these very atrocious words, but I'm like a very pro-abortion. Let's get abortions every day, and I get like 50 people, and I brainwash them. Like I raise up kids to believe that.
Even that, so even white supremacists have a right to say what they would like in this country. They don't have the right to actively do it, depending on what that is. But they have the right to say it. They have the right to hold that belief. And I am a strong proponent in protecting those rights of giving an individual, no matter how much I may disagree with them, the right to have that opinion.
You have a heart of gold if you actually practice by that, because that because it is very hard to do. Because at first I was kind of like that, like I will support your right to say whatever you want, but it really does get like on my soul, especially with younger generations. So not to bring religion into it, but I was raised very religious, and I got propagandized into it so much so where I actually fell out of it. I hated it.
I'll be honest, I was raised up religious too. It wasn't so bad that I was propagandized out of it, if you will. I would say that it's just I have independent thinking and I don't follow things blindly. I question everything. So when I question things, and it tends to contradict itself or tends to not make sense to me, then that leads to more questions. And that's actually how I got out of religion. Is I don't have anything against it. There's nothing per se that I have against religion. It's just one of those things that it's not necessarily for me.
It's a very moral like belief structure, and when you like get into the deep, like it's a lot of it's written by humans, passed down by generations.
Well, I mean, I could get into that, but I will leave with this, Skylar. So, by the basic premise that we exist means that there was a creator, because we didn't, dinosaurs, any kind of life did not just magically appear, because that would say that magicians were real when the dinosaurs existed. So due to that, we had to have come from somewhere. But outside of that, I don't know, because I wasn't there. I cannot definitively prove where we came from and if those individuals or individual still exist in a God format. But what I can prove is you're alive, I'm alive, Pam's alive, we're all alive. Yeah. And we all have ancestors and great ancestors. And dinosaurs with dinosaur bones existed. So, therefore, all that life had to have had a starting point, and that starting point had to have come from somewhere.
Well, actually, did you not? I was sure they did do a study, because the main evolutionary standpoint was after like the lightning strike struck a pool of some sort of acid, just like natural flowing minerals from the formation of the Earth after it cooled, and it did create proteins. I need to look that up again, because I was pretty sure they were able to recreate that in a lab. Of course, that's like a random chance. Right, anyway, now my final thing. How did you view
I'll say that's a theory.
Well, they recreated in like, I believe they did recreate it in the lab. But yeah, it is a broad stand theory, because that is like a 1 in a million chance. How did you view Trump's speech the other day and what he brought to the table?
I wish he wouldn't have fucking done it. And if the fact that he did his speech, I wish it would have been on anything else. Well, anything. Even he literally could have picked the border, and that would have been a better topic for him to talk about. Because when it comes to this voter shit, all he did was, when it comes to the midterms, I'm already a fundamental believer that we are going to lose the midterms. The Republicans are going to lose. I hope
so.
But the fact of the matter, well, the reason why I believe that is, looking at historical precedents, no party has had the trifecta, basically Congress and the White House, prior to the midterms, and then came out with the trifecta after the midterms. That has never happened. They always lose the majority, and they always lose control.
That's because they're able to enact on their core policy. And the United States is 50% Democrat and Republican.
So that's both. Neither party has ever came out of the midterms with a majority when they held the majority prior to the midterms. You're welcome to fact check that. But
no, I agree with
not.
you. But I'm just saying, as like another reason, it is because
Yeah.
the parties themselves are able to push through their agenda, and it angers the other party.
Yeah. But the other thing is, when it comes to the voter thing, Republicans already don't typically have high turnout, especially when they have the trifecta. They don't have high turnout during the midterms. So with that being said, that is already going to contribute to our loss, and now a vast majority of Republicans are going to have doubt ensued, believing that their vote won't count or won't matter more than they already may have already believed that because of what President Trump has said. And that ain't gonna help. That's gonna hurt.
No, which is so. Our elections for such a big country are done so well. I volunteer as a pollster, so I help count ballots. Well, I used to help count ballots in my old county, and it is such a great system. Like we have paper ballots. Every time an electric ballot is tabulated, there's a paper one. We do audit. They do audits on those, and then there's Democrat and Republican observers, and then a neutral one that actually walks around us to make sure we're checking. And they will randomly take let's take ballots and then fact check them while you're counting them.
Yeah.
Granted, that's the local level, whatever they do when they cut it off.
Well,
but
like I said, I've made posts about this. I made videos about this. That the U.S. election system is the most secure election system in the world by far. So with that,
our
being
voting machines
said,
are not even hooked up to the internet, which was one of his the Venezuela claims. So unless they can act,
It's not a surprise.
it's just
Alright.
so.
Yeah.
Anyway,
but
thank
any
you
other
so much.
questions?
No,
Yeah,
I'm
most
good.
definitely.
I'm thank you so much for not
fucking God, why is
rage
this
baiting and
woman
doing the
blowing
pro
me up?
issues. It's really refreshing to see someone that actually
Hey, the
Hey.
person that came up here before you, or the one person that said that this is rage bait. I would like to know how it's rage bait, because if I'm rage baiting, I'm failing.
No, yeah, you would be like, I'm a pro-lifer or some XYZ, very. It's weird because our politics are so divisive now that it's only on those issues where good governments require so much more than that. You can't be a one-issue voter, and you can't claim to be an educated voter while being a one-issue voter.
Yeah,
That's
fair.
just sad.
All right, but I encourage you to follow me, and feel free to come back a different time if you have another question.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Yep, have a great one. Yeah, guys, feel free to always follow and feel free to share, like, all that good stuff. It helps out the live a great deal. Okay, you requested. I'll give this person a little bit of time to see if they come back. If they don't, they don't. If they do, they do. Guys, I'm going to say this now. If you request up, stay in the live. Don't move on, because if you move on, I'm going to get to you. And if you move on, then I have to wait, and then everybody else gets frustrated. And I understand that they get frustrated. I'm getting frustrated by having to wait for people and give people an opportunity. So don't leave. Please stay here. It's very simple. So, I usually get to at least an actual person. So. Hello.
Hi, sorry I'm Sonia. I'm born in March 14th, 2007. But why are you a Republican? What stuff do you support from Trump?
Sorry, I'm just thank you for giving me your birthday. I was actually
need your birthday, buddy.
Yeah, I was actually about to ask your age though, because you sound very, very young. But anyway, what was your other question? Sorry.
It's okay. What stuff that made you become a Republican? What Trump's policies and stuff?
Oh, I was a Republican way before Trump, but the thing that made me a Republican was because I looked into Democrat platform and values and whatnot, and then I look into the Republican values and platforms, and I just agreed more with Republicans, returning as much power to the states as possible, limited federal government, various things like that.
Okay. Honey, give me a question. Hold on. Do you support like abortion and stuff?
I'm glad that it was handed back to the states. I believe it should be between a doctor and the patient. The only time that the law should get involved / politics is when it comes to malpractice suits, because that's just how that works. Other than that, it needs to be between a patient and the doctor.
So do you like still you support ICE and like all that stuff, right?
Yes, I do support ICE.
Okay, did you know that ICE shot like another ICE agent? Like I think it was a couple days ago or a couple weeks ago, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's called Crossfire, and that does unfortunately happen. It's very rare when it happens, but it does happen.
Okay. I have to go. I would like to talk to you tomorrow, but it's like really late in the morning for me. I have to go to sleep.
Yeah, feel free to follow. Feel free to come back.
I'm sorry I was there for a short time, but yeah, hope you get somebody up
No,
here.
you're good. Yeah, you're fine. Like I said, feel free to follow. Feel free to come back anytime. When I'm live, of course. So, okay, well, I want to give this person a shot, but I don't think they're there. Okay, if they come back, then I'll just kick them. That's okay. Welcome up. Hi. What's question?
Yeah, I was curious if you were like a standard Republican or a MAGA Republican.
So when it comes to that, I let people be their own judge because I've been accused of being a MAGA, and I know what I view myself, but some people like to say that I'm MAGA, but I don't identify as MAGA.
Gotcha. Okay. And then I heard you say that you were glad that ABs went to the states. Can I ask you why abortion should be a state right?
Okay, so the general notion of Republican is we believe as returning as much power to the states. So that's more of a consistency of I'm glad that a law went from the federal government to the state government to let the states institutionalize it how they see fit. You may not agree with that, and that's fine, but that is my core value and core belief that as much of the federal authority that can be returned to the states as much as possible, in my eyes, is a good thing over the federal government having more and more and more power and influence.
I guess what's the difference though? I mean, state government is like almost as big as a federal government. They're both big governments. Like I've heard that a lot from the right. Like we don't want big government, but a state is a big government still. But I will say the reason why I don't believe that abortion should be a state right is because to me, state rights are things that are unique to the state. And there's nothing unique about pregnancy between states. In fact, a lot of women have to seek treatment outside of their state, or they'll be traveling and have to seek treatment outside of their state. And for that exact reason, I believe that we need resounding federal policy that is equal across all states.
I can see your notion, but the same thing kind of applies that there's lots of things that are in states that are in every state, but they're a little bit different. For instance, every state has drivers. Every state has people that drive cars and trucks and whatnot. And when you are driving a car, it is up to that state of whether or not to decide the licensing laws and procedures to obtain that license. And there are some states that they don't require you to have a license unless you're going to long distance travel.
Yeah, that's valid. I think. I mean, like there's still like federal policy though that they can't trump, right? So like and it could probably be a similar thing with abortions and any other medical service, like the federal Go ahead.
To my understanding, there is still a very minimal abortion law that has been kind of going around in Congress. Now, whether or not it's passed or whatnot, that I haven't looked into, but there is a very minimalistic law to it that both Democrats and Republicans have kind of okay, well, we just want to do what we're going to do with it. Like I said, I don't know if it's passed or not. I just heard about it very briefly 6 months ago or something like that. So, but I'll be honest, AB is not on the top of my itinerary list. So almost anything around AB, I'll look into it, but I do not prioritize it at all.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, because I understand it's not, like you said, it's not the most hot button topic for you right now or anything like that. But I would just say the reason that I think driving is a little bit different is because driving isn't necessarily interstate commerce or because that's kind of what the federal government uses to rule on things that aren't necessarily immigration or coining currency. It would be, or military is, they use the commerce clause, right? So anything that affects interstate commerce. And so driving doesn't necessarily affect interstate commerce. People don't necessarily people do travel between states for money, but the travel itself isn't necessarily what's generating revenue. You know what I mean? Whereas abortions and medical services and stuff, those do generate revenue, and one state having better access or easier access could actually make things difficult for another state keeping their
So wait, Pam, real quick. So he just pointed something out, and I'm gonna kind of possibly maybe educate him. So my dad, he's a truck driver, and what you just said, he would laugh at. I already know he'd laugh at it, because with him being a truck driver, he has to have a specific license, and he goes all over the United States. And he goes into several different states, including in California.
He was just in North Dakota the other day.
And when you go through California has some of the strictest laws on truck drivers and that kind of industry out of any of the other 50 states. I don't know if you're aware of that. So this notion of you're going through and it's not necessarily going to be the same is just not, it's just wrong, because it is very similar of state comparisons and how states are currently dealing with AB versus the federal government, and driving versus the federal government.
Well, yeah, because the federal government doesn't build the roads and stuff. You know what I mean? That's the state. So they get to regulate. But again, they still have to regulate within the confines of the federal government, and the federal government can do things for example, the 0.08 alcohol, blood alcohol content, right? That is a state thing. Every single state has the same level, though, and it's because the federal government threatened to take away funding for the states for highways, interstate highways, if they refuse to enact a statewide law for 0.08 and driving under the influence and stuff like that.
But I would like to ask this: do you at least understand why I use the driver's license terminology as a comparison? Because there is commercial driver's licenses that goes into other states, such as truck drivers, and those truck drivers, they have to be in compliance with the state that they're going into. If they're out of compliance, they can receive huge fines and or jail time, depending on the state.
Well, yeah, but they don't have to get. Sorry, I accidentally switched windows. They don't have to get like a new license. Like California recognizes Ohio licenses. You don't have to get a California license to drive through California.
Yeah, but you
know
still
what I mean?
have to
So-
abide by the laws in California.
Right. Yeah, for sure. But like, I guess what I'm getting at is like, even though every state has its own.
If he's still talking, that's sad. I can't hear him if he's still talking.
Oh, I'm sorry. My phone turned off. But
that
I don't know what you heard last. Sorry.
Something about California, and that's not how. And then you cut off.
Oh yeah, just like so like, you know, states have to work together on those things because there are just certain things that like can't simply be like a state just can't make a rule that like, oh hey, we're not going to recognize Ohio licenses anymore. You know what I mean? So like there are like prohibitions to like what states can do just because of the fact that like we are like a union of 50 states. You know what I mean?
Right.
So like I don't know. I don't necessarily like I think all government is big government. I don't necessarily think
So,
that there's like
for-
any reason to
Yeah.
preclude.
For the record, I'm not saying that licenses and AB is exactly 100% the same thing. I was correlating them. There are clearly differences. The biggest difference is one is, yes, it's done state by state, but all states kind of recognize the other one's laws on that specific situation and specific framework. But when it comes to AB, it still stands that California is going to have a different law on it, just like they have different laws and requirements for people that drive into their state in a semi than per se Utah or Texas.
Okay, so do you think that like gun rights should be a state issue?
You are aware that individual states have individual licensing, right? There is a federal
I mean,
license, yes.
licensing, but yeah, but like they can't.
Yeah,
there's I
you-
forget what the
okay.
word is, but there's a law.
You are aware that a lot of states have redlining laws and various laws that the U.S. federal government does not have. Yes, the U.S. federal government does have very minimalistic laws when it comes to the Second Amendment, one of being that you're not allowed to transport in certain formats, in certain ways, across state lines with certain firearms. So, with that being said, that is where the federal government, yes, does get involved. But outside of that, individual licensing and individual laws, that's kind of already a thing. States tend to already have their own laws on the books. Like if you look at Utah law or Florida law, and then you look at California law or New York law, for that matter, they are going to be vastly different. Like California law and New York law are some, if not the most strictest Second Amendment laws in the nation. And then you look at like Utah law and Texas law and Florida law, they are some of the loosest, not the loosest, but some of the loosest, if that makes sense.
Right, but I mean, like, it's still, you're still talking about, though, like, loose within the confines of the federal government. Like, they can't strict within the confines of the federal government. They can't,
I
the
already
Supreme Court has
acknowledge
struck
that.
down multiple.
Yeah, I'm not saying that states can
Okay,
just
so
do
then-
whatever they want. What I'm saying is to
So then why
return
are
as
you
much
okay with
power to
that?
the states.
Yeah, so I guess like what's the difference then? If I'm saying like abortion should have a similar thing to the Second Amendment, where every state is precluded from making certain legislation, but they can still, legislate kind of around it. I guess like why is it a different scenario for Republicans?
It's not a different scenario. I believe it should be in the states. When it comes to the federal government, again, they're trying to pass, if not have already passed, a legislation regarding this. So, again, the federal
they're not the
government
same,
does
though,
have
because abortion doesn't have there's no Second Amendment for protection for abortions. So like I'm suggesting that we should have something like that, and that it shouldn't just strictly be a state rights thing. Like it should be a state rights thing within the
and
confines.
that's
of a
where
federal
you and I are
regulation.
going to, and that's where you and I are going to have to agree to disagree.
Yeah, I guess which is fine. I'm just asking, I guess, why is it different for you? Why do you like dislike the idea of doing that while we have
Because
an
when
example
it
of already working with
because when it comes to the Second Amendment, if you're wondering why I believe that the Second Amendment is a right and should remain a right versus AB, is very simple. The Second Amendment is to basically enable us, the citizens, to have arms if our government ever decides to turn into the USSR or Mustache Man's Germany. If it ever happens of that notion, we have the ability to say, fuck you, fuck your system, we're doing a restart.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that would have already happened if those people actually believed that. But regardless, the Second Amendment exists because guns existed when the Constitution was created and when power was in the hands of the people who cared about that. But abortions didn't exist then. So now that it's a medical practice and there's so much evidence for it being a beneficial thing for our society. I don't understand why we wouldn't codify that or create an amendment or something to
So let me ask you this question. And again, I don't really get into the AB topic very much, but I do listen to several individuals that tend to get into it a lot. And when it comes to AB, do you think that it is the safest medical practice when it comes to a woman?
We're back to aborting children.
Well, I mean, it's safer than giving birth. I wouldn't say it's the safest medical practice. I'm
Okay,
not sure
so you agree that
but
there
it's very
are
safe.
safer practices that still allow the child to be born. You agree with that?
No, I'm pro-choice. I think prior to the fetus's ability to suffer, that it's just a fetus.
Again, I'm not getting into all
I
that.
hate this topic.
Fair enough.
You people and your AB, leave it the fuck alone. This is coming from a fucking woman. Fuck. Change the fucking
I don't give a
subject or
fuck.
get off the fucking panel.
I genuinely do not give a fuck. I'm allowed to have my opinion.
Yep, you're allowed to have your opinion. Go do your own life. Have a great day. I don't know where that goes.
That's the reason why I muted up for as long as I did, because for a man to have a conversation about that subject
Handle
is
that
ridiculous to
fucking
me.
subject, especially after fucking Ava.
I know.
And in my opinion, the only AB that should be allowed is if you're
It's great. By the way, I know what you was gonna say. Yeah, great. That's your only exception.
a molestation.
That too. All right. Anyway, moving on.
But if the woman spreads her fucking legs and she opens it up, then she might as well have that fucking baby.
Okay, I support everything you support. I'm a Republican, but you need to tell your fat ass wife to stop fucking talking over others. Her dumb ass.
Oh, good thing you got her before I could get her. Good thing.
I don't even think that one hit puberty. I don't think that one hit puberty.
Oh, good thing. Because I was about to chew her in the ass. Bitch, when you're old enough to speak
Wait,
your
that was a girl? I thought that was a boy.
I have no idea, but it was a child. It was a child. And it was about to put child's place. It is past your fucking bedtime, child.
Hello. Oh, maybe. I don't know.
Hello.
Hi. What's your question?
Yeah, so what are your thoughts about ICE? Like, what are your thoughts?
Son!
I mean, given yes, that's a question, but what's my thought about what? Sorry?
Honey,
About
you
ICE,
get him to
like
stop
ICE.
getting bed.
ICE
Oh,
deportations,
ICE.
like, what do you
Okay,
think
I
about that?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear the ICE part. My bad. So my thoughts about ICE is they're enforcing the laws, and when it comes to enforcing the laws, it's not going to look pretty. I don't believe that people should be unalived, but if you are going to impede or do stupid things, then you are putting yourself at risk.
Stupid things such as making this country better, right? Such as working in the field, such as
Wait. Hold up. First of all, you're coming on an Americans panel talking shit about ICE when we support ICE and you apparently don't, and you are gonna sit here and call shit out. You think Americans never worked the fields before? You think Americans don't have farms? You think Americans don't put food on everybody's fucking table in America?
who works in those farms? Who works in those farms? Who picks up
The
all those
hardworking
fruits, all those vegetables
farmers.
that you eat?
The hardworking
Exactly,
farmers.
immigrants in the most cases.
No. I'm gonna
Yes.
state right now
Oh, yes.
that all around me right now is farms, and every single fucking day, the men that live on them farms get up early in the morning before the sun comes up and works them farms. So no, not every fucking farm has illegal immigrants working them motherfuckers.
No, he's rage baiting you.
I'm not
He
rage
ain't
baiting
rage
you.
baiting
I'm not
nothing
even trying
because
to
he's
rage
a
bait
lying
you.
piece of shit on this app talking shit about
I'm not like
American
immigrants are the ones
jobs
who work in
and
those
American
farms.
families
Immigrants are the
and
ones
hard-working
you eat those
farmmen.
vegetables and fruits by yo.
Go pull a fucking banana out of fucking Republican, out of Puerto Rico. Go pick fucking coffee in Puerto Rico. Go do something in Colombia. Get the fuck out of America. You don't like American laws.
Pam, I'll say this much right now. I'm sorry that I had to put something in the microwave for the wife, but he was just rage baiting you. I could tell, but that's okay. It
And
happens.
again,
Moving on.
it's not because I'm passionate about something does not mean I am getting baited into some bullshit. I am very passionate about America. I am a true patriot. I believe ICE is doing a great fucking job. And if somebody has a problem with me feeling that ICE is doing a good job getting illegals out, then that's a them problem, not a me fucking problem.
All right, let's go ahead and move on to the next guest. And mute up. I will.
Hello?
Hi, how old are you?
25.
Yeah, I don't believe that, but okay. Fuck, that was like the smuggest thing I've ever fucking heard. 25. What the fuck? Like, what?
My daughter
Dude.
sounds like she's younger than that, and she just made 24 on the 1st of July. No, she does better than that. Come on, dude.
It's like
Try a little harder. Try and have some type of masculine voice.
Put your question in the comments. I don't mind talking to people like that, but put your question in the comment. Don't request that because I'll have to kick you because of TikTok.
Yo, I'm gonna rape you and your fucking kids, Palmilla.
And you wish you
And
could.
you definitely can't say that shit, the fuck is wrong with you? Now we're getting the kids. You guys are past your bedtimes. Hello.
Yo, I just got a
Hi.
question. What do you feel about abortion?
Again, not happening. See ya.
You should
And
have
no,
been
I
here
don't
like
have
10
a
minutes
Jersey
earlier.
accent. Obviously, you don't know your geographic map. I'm from the fucking South. Get this shit straight.
Hello.
Hey,
What's your question?
hey, am I asking you or am I asking Pamela?
You're asking me. The background is me, but okay.
All right, thank you. And this is a serious question. I'm curious. So,
Okay.
Republicans, Democrats, there's a Congress and a Senate, right? So, in your opinion of the Republican side, let's just take Congress.
Okay.
Are there any corrupt in your opinion? And if so, how many would, percentage wise or numbers wise, what would you say? Or are they
Okay,
all?
if you're
are they
asking
all-
my opinion,
Yeah.
I would argue that every single one of them.
Oh, okay. That's
Now,
that's-
if you're
that shocks
asking
me
the
a little bit.
now if you're asking the definitional opinion of corruption, I do not know every single one's name, so I'd actually have to look into that. But me personally, at least in our current makeup of our government, it is almost impossible to be in government and not somehow be corrupt in some form or fashion. Because my identification of corruption is accepting any kind of money for influence or sway, and or giving any kind of essential benefit to a friend, family, or acquaintance.
That's a good answer. It's a little. I'm surprised. You would say all. You sure about that?
Like I said, I don't know every single one of their names. I know that there's corruption. Now,
Well, yeah, for sure.
the in-depth detail of how much corruption, I do not definitively know. So the safest answer is all.
Okay. I respect that.
Because saying none would just be unintelligent and
No,
stupid.
yeah. I wouldn't say none.
And the fact of the question in general, you're clearly trying to look for either a specific number or a
No,
one or
I'm
the
not.
other.
I'm not trying to do that to you. I promise. I'm just, curious as to your personal thought. I mean, I agree with you that left and right are very corrupt. I don't know the number. I don't think everyone is. I think maybe
So
more than
far,
half
the only
are.
one that I can definitively state that is not corrupted, and the only reason why I state this is because I just don't think he cares enough to be corrupted, and that's Kennedy.
Oh,
Hope-
yeah. I
the one
think
in the
Kennedy's
Senate.
probably isn't. Oh, yeah, he is a senator, isn't he? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I honestly, that's like the only one I would genuinely be surprised if he was corrupted or if he did something corrupt. 'Cause
What about-
I just don't see it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think there's maybe a few more that are probably all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I wasn't. No trick questions. Just curious. And
Yeah, you're
I
good.
give you kudos for not saying, oh, there's no one corrupt.
No, that would be stupid. Truly, it would.
I appreciate you. Yeah. What about you,
Yeah.
Pamela? You echo that sentiment a little bit.
Oh dear.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What was the question?
Oh, it's no big deal.
Kennedy is from my state, so I love him.
Yeah, I do like Kennedy too.
and so is the Speaker of the House. Love him too.
Johnson?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think he's corrupt. Yeah, but I think many
There's
are.
very, very, very few that's not. Like AOC, I wish she would come to the South. I hope she would come to the South. 'Cause I would love to drag that bitch across the street.
I'm gonna give you a little conspiracy theory. This is my personal opinion. Most people laugh at me for saying this. I'm not even gonna say it. I'll say it. I think she's playing a role. I think she's
If she's playing a dumb role, she's playing it really well.
she plays a great dumb role. Yeah, like an absurdly dumb role. Yes.
Did you hear what she said on television about going to the moon? Going to the sun?
No. To where?
To the sun. We can go to
No.
the sun. We just have to go at night.
No, she didn't
Yes, she
say
did.
that.
Yes, she did. Yes, she
No,
did.
no,
Yes,
no,
she
no.
did. It's when she was in another country and they were doing a audience question, whatever. And yes, she did. I promise you, she did. And I was. She's a blonde under all that dark hair.
Give me
And
your
she
give
makes
me
blondes look stupid.
give me your
Well, she makes blondes look smart.
I just
give me
realized
your-
I was muted. Anyway,
No, you're good. Can I ask you guys
so-
one more question since you're being so forthright and honest? And
Go
you
for
can be, listing your top 3 most hated Democrats is probably not hard to do. But can
Shit,
you?
I think I can name 5 of them off the top of my head.
Well, I'm sure you could, but can you name your top maybe 3 most hated Republicans?
Oh yeah.
What are yours,
The
host?
first most hated would be Nick. Huh?
I said, well, I called you host. Is that okay?
Yeah,
He is
you're
a
good.
host.
I thought you was. Yeah, I was trying. I thought you was trying to speak about something else. Anyway,
No.
But yeah, so Richard Nixon is
No,
my
I
top
mean,
first
I mean
one.
current administration.
Oh,
yeah, modern
current.
day.
There's not been that many Republicans. Or are we talking about?
You-
wait, are
you
we
know what-
talking
you know
presidents,
what?
or are we just talking
I'm
about
talking
in general?
Congress, Senate, or cabinet. The main players today.
No Republicans come to mind that I
I would
You
have to
despise.
say that one of them would be I guess if you want to put it in the modern context,
Yeah.
one of the ones that I don't like is I can't remember his name. I'll be honest, I don't remember a lot of people
That's
when I
okay.
don't like them's name.
What about
the
Thune?
one that the
What
only
about-
the only Speaker of the House that was ever removed?
Mike
What
Pence?
was his name? No, he wasn't removed.
No, he was.
No, he wasn't Speaker. He was Vice President.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the guy that was removed was McCarthy.
Yeah, him. I
You didn't
like
care
him.
for him. Hmm.
No, I didn't really care for him. Because I felt, at least towards the end, he was trying to. He was very much being disingenuous, and he was trying to be an appeaser, and that just doesn't work in government.
I don't even
You're never
remember who
going
McCarthy
to
is.
Yeah, McCarthy was the previous speaker. Yeah, he was.
Yeah, so he would be one, and then I would say that the next one that kind of comes to mind is Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't like her.
Oh,
I
my
definitely
God,
can't
I
stand her.
frickin' hate her.
Now, one that I do, and I don't know what state or whatever, but Jordan.
Okay, so I don't hate
Jordan,
her,
I
but I don't
Jim,
like her.
Jim Jordan.
Yes, that's it, Jim Jordan.
You
I
don't
absolutely
care for
love
him?
I do. I like him a lot.
Oh yeah, I like him too. Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah,
And,
but so
who's
those
that
two,
young guy with the black hair that was questioning the woman that was a doctor that said, Oh, what was his
Oh
question?
yeah, that guy's a badass. I think I know
Yes,
who
you
you're
know who I'm talking
about.
about.
I'll be honest,
Yeah.
those are the only two that I can think of in a modern context that I know enough about to actually have a substantial opinion on them. And I have a reason why I don't like them. So,
You know who I don't like? I don't like, and I, I mean, it's certainly not because they're women, because I value women tremendously, but Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski.
I
You
don't
know
even know
those
who they
two?
are.
Yes.
They are.
Fucking, they're rhinos.
mm,
They always fucking with Trump.
eh. All right. Well, any other questions?
No, it was good talking to you, ladies. Take care. Thank you.
I'm not a lady, but okay.
He could have left that part off and it would have been good.
Hey, I feel like towards the end he was just trying to see if he would piss me off. I don't care. I'm not a lady. I know what I am. Thank you. I don't need someone to affirm me.
I hope
It's
Kamala
not a thing.
Harris gets raped.
And I hope you go to bed.
Wow, and I
Kamala
hope you go
Harris
to
gets
bed
raped.
soon. Jesus Christ, that's crazy. That's crazy. Holy shit, that's crazy. That's fucking insane. All right. Anyone want to request up that has an IQ, intelligence, and above the age of 18?
I
That'd
love
be
what you're
awesome.
doing. Keep it going. Bye.
Wow, thanks for that, I guess. Fucking Jesus.
My God, what is this? Like 12 and under come on TikTok after 2? Jesus.
I don't.
Jesus.
I just don't know. That's funny though. Maybe that's the best that Democrats can send is under 18 after 2. Because all the rest of them went to sleep with Joe Biden. I don't know. It was supposed to be a joke. Haha, never mind.
I know. It just. My God. Once he left office, you never see or hear anything about him. Unless you talk about him.
No, he and the Republicans are doing exactly what I wanted to happen with Donald Trump. Joe Biden left office, and you hear about him every once in a blue moon, but other than that, fuck, he's kind of shrunk into obscurity. Which, honestly, is
Now, they're showing a commercial right now with Marsha Blackburn. I hope to God she wins Tennessee. I hope to God she wins Tennessee.
Oh, my bad. We have a request. We have several, but we only have one this week. Hello.
Hello.
What's your question?
Well, you call yourself an average Republican, correct?
Yep.
So, do you support the current presidency and, regular choices among the presidency and his cabinet?
I support him, but I criticize him a lot. Like, several of my most recent videos are criticizing him for, like, several minutes.
Okay, I haven't seen them. I'm just scrolling through lives trying to debate people, but
And I support him.
I don't support him. But I maybe don't support him for different reasons.
Oh,
yeah, that's fine.
His personal life is none of your business.
You're entitled
and
to
being
your
a president,
beliefs and
he's
your
doing a good
opinion.
job. A
Anyway,
much
you're
better job
entitled.
than Biden.
I think he's
Yeah.
doing a better job than Biden.
Okay, but yeah, like I was gonna say, you're entitled to your beliefs and your opinions. Did you have any other questions for me though?
I suppose my main question then is, what do you think about his staunch, blatant, and borderline militaristic support of Israel?
He's allowed to support who he chooses to.
I would argue that almost every president has done that in some form or fashion. That's what my argument would be.
Well, Israel has only existed since 1949, and the only president who didn't support him within the time from 1949, its creation from the Balfour Declaration to now, was JFK. And whenever he criticized Israel for its nuclear program, shortly after, the mob that was run specifically by Chabad Lubavitch, which is a group that was based solely out of New York at the time, they had, you know what happened to JFK.
Oi, we're gonna go into.
And none of us were there to know the truth.
I don't do conspiracy theories, but thanks for coming up. Oi. I mean, I'll give him this. Okay. Yeah, whatever. You're welcome. Yeah, if you want to come back up and not talk about a conspiracy theory, awesome. But the moment you do that, I've learned time and time again that it's a pointless discussion with conspiracy theorists. Because no matter what evidence I provide to you, it just ain't gonna work. It's pointless. I'll be honest. I was seeing a different name. That's okay.
I know a lot of conspiracy theorists are really out there and out of their minds. But this is a really bad problem that is happening within the United States government, outside of the Republican Party, even in the Democratic and Independent Party. We see statewide, we see staunch, again, militant support for Israel. I live in a very small town with a population of less than 4,000. And we lately, of the past year, have allocated $4.8 million in donation towards Israel. And we need support for, potholes. We need support for local businesses and our mayoral elections. This hasn't happened for years. And
I'll tell you my stance on Israel, and then we can either go into a slight discussion about it, or you're welcome to drop down after I tell you my stance. My stance on Israel is it has a right to defend itself, but I don't think we should give any foreign aid or weapons to anybody. We need to kind of be isolationist for a while because we are spreading ourselves way too thin, and that is exactly how multiple big-time governments and empires have fallen in the past, is because they spread themselves way too thin trying to defend everything, and it made them crumble. So we need to withdraw, and we need to become isolationists just for a few decades.
I
See,
completely agree.
I don't believe in that. I don't at 1 minute, because we are the one nation that goes to everybody else's rescue. But if something was to happen to us, we have enough people in the United States, besides our military, that would stand in arms.
Pam, I think you misconstrued your statement. It means that you actually agree with what I said, that we don't need to be involved in foreign conflicts now.
Well, I haven't watched the news in 3 months because right now what I'm dealing with, I really don't give a shit what's going on in other countries. So yes, on some levels I do agree, but on some levels I don't agree, because we always go to every other country's aid in a time of need. But we are the United States of America. That's what we are about and for, and all of this other crap.
Yeah, I agree.
When we need some type of assistance, like these people need to stay in their fucking countries, go to another country, stop coming to America and being illegal immigrants and taking over things and doing things and harming American people. Get the fuck out. That's where I think them countries need to have a grip on their people.
Yeah, big time. Well, what do you think about something like APAC, which has infiltrated the U.S. government and has not registered as a foreign lobbying or
I
foreign
think the
lobby.
United States shouldn't have a damn
So
thing to do with it.
when it comes to APAC, when I looked into it collectively, the reason why APAC doesn't have to register is because APAC and a vast majority of its members, they have Israel ties, yes, but they are U.S. born and U.S. raised and are citizens of the United States. A vast majority of them. I think there's like only like 50 or something like that members that was born in Israel and integrated to the United States. But vast amounts of other people, they have ties to Israel, but they was not born in Israel.
Well, see, this is exactly why the far right and the alt right is pushing for something like revoking birth citizenship, birthright citizenship, is because someone who is maybe a second generation or first generation Israeli is coming over here with their parents, being born here, joining yeshiva and going to summer camp and joining Chabad Lubavitch, and they are.
I'm so glad you could say them words, because them words would be tongue tied with me.
It's in Hebrew, but basically it's
I'm
Hebrew
saying.
organizations that exist within the United States in order to subvert United States government for Israeli foreign policy interests. So reverting birthright citizenship would not just be for Israeli citizens who have Israeli interests in mind serving the Israeli government, but it would also revert other citizenships and revoke them for anyone in this country who is serving another foreign government with anti-American values.
Mm-hmm. And I strongly believe in that. I think that the Supreme Court was wrong in their judgment.
I am extremely far right, extremely, and
I can tell.
Yeah, I'm sure. But I believe that anyone here who is born and is within 3 generations deserves to be here. Outside of that, get rid of their citizenship. Black, white, American, Asian, whatever. It doesn't matter. Stay
Me
here as long as.
personally, the notion of what you're saying, I do actually disagree with that. But nothing I say is going to change your thoughts. Nothing I say is going to change your opinions.
Well, I appreciate the discussion.
Yeah. Any other questions, though?
And you come here pregnant and you have a child here, that child is not American. Just because it was born here does not mean you have the right to. No, but you and that you need to go.
The Supreme Court disagrees with you, Pam. Anyway, any other questions?
If I come here and I'm from Somalia with my Somalian wife and we have a kid here, they're considered American by birthright. But if we raise this child until we get caught on anti-immigration policy to teach this child anti-American values and uphold Somalian values, then this child is forever going to be an American-hating individual. And they should get the hell out of here.
Exactly. And the same thing with the Spanish. Everything. Like
Same thing with anyone.
I live next door to a person a family that is Spanish. They don't speak a word of English.
So, I guess I'd have to say, when it comes to what you're saying of 14-0, I would have one of the reasons why I disagree with you, especially on what you just said of.
And she just had like a 3rd child or 4th child.
Basically coming here and teaching them to essentially hate America. I would have to say that.
Well, not even hating America, but just upholding foreign interests. Lyndon B. Johnson even said that we should not have this term American, or we should not have this term assimilation. You're either American or you're not. And if you come here from a foreign country and you assimilate, that's completely fine. Learn the language, learn the culture, learn the trade, learn the business.
Exactly.
I have no problem I have no problem with Israeli people coming to America completely assimilating, but
And
unfortunately,
wanting to
they
make
have
a
a
better life
system.
for himself. I
But
get it.
Yeah, they have
I
a
would
system of
argue
beliefs though
that,
that argues
but
against assimilation. Their
but
entire
I
culture and religion itself is elitist and exclusive to one another.
Yep.
well well I would argue that the same technically could be said for natural born citizens that have been here since the Mayflower and their ancestry ties to the Mayflower. There are individuals in the United States that do not like America, and their ancestors have been here since the Mayflower.
Yeah, those people, I say get them the hell out too. That's why I agree with that. We should be a solitary country for maybe decades. We should completely cut ourselves off from. We should be like North Korea right now, breeding a nationalist society and then coming out and helping others. We have lost so much societally, economically, culturally to extreme levels of immigration. And we're not a small country. Russia, for example, or Russia or China. They're countries that don't face levels of immigration nearly as high as us and have racial homogeneity among one another. I could say this guy is a Chinese guy. This guy is a Russian guy. But any Russian or Chinese guy couldn't point out an American in a crowd, aside from maybe being a white man. It's very hard to do. You take a crowd of 1 million people, you'd be very hard pressed to point out the American. And
So, judging by what you just said, I just have one question, then I'll kind of go from there. But would you consider yourself a white supremacist?
Not necessarily. I mean, not probably in the terms that you consider what one is. I consider myself a white nationalist.
Okay. Do you believe? Okay, so
I don't think that other races are violent and primitive and culturally inferior or whatever. I think that assimilation can occur and that it's welcome.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Well, I mean, there's been things that you said that I do agree with, but then there's been a fair amount that I'm like, I disagree with, but at the same time, the reason why I disagree with them is more or less the path of it. America is not meant to be essentially perfect. It is literally a nation of immigrants. That is literally our foundation. Is immigration.
That foundation is also built on Christian love as well.
I'll give you credence that it's definitely built off of a Christian-based belief, but specifically, there are multiple, I guess you could say, crossroads when it comes to Christianity. There are so many.
So that would be denominations. So the whole thing about religious freedom under the First Amendment is actually freedom of religion within Christianity to have denominations. So there were Quakers originally, there were Protestants, there were Catholics, there were Orthodox, and they were far and few between Orthodox. I mean,
you're welcome to correct me and I'll happily look it up, but in the First Amendment, where it says freedom of religion, freedom to practice and whatnot, there is nothing where it says a specific kind of religion. The only thing about it is if your religion condones harm or I guess you could say hatred sentiment towards another living creature or citizen, then you're not allowed to practice it.
You actually prove my point here as well, because Islam, I mean, I don't want to get you a strike or anything. Both Abrahamic religions outside of Christianity condone both of these things. So within Judaism, they have a term called goyim, which exists within Tanakh and Talmud.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I'm sure you know about it. There's so
Right.
many
Yeah,
things.
I've
Yeah,
seen
yeah. But then, as well
religious
as
debates. So
as well as Islam practices something that I forget the exact term for it, but basically that Muhammad is the perfect human being who had ever lived, and that he is the prophet of God above even Jesus. Well,
Right.
people like George Washington, Ben Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, Hancock, they were Christians. They were practicing Protestantism. And I won't get into my belief of denomination or whatever, but they were Christian, and it was founded under the context of the United Kingdom as a monarchy being founded as a Christian nation, one nation under God.
Right.
I mean, we even practice like the Pledge of Allegiance is not just an allegiance to your nation; it's an allegiance to the God of Israel. Yeah, our first speaker of house was a preacher as well within the Protestant church, like this guy in the chat said.
Okay. I'll be honest, I'm not a religious person, so I know
You don't have
some things. Yeah, I know some things, but I don't go into deep dives. And some of the things you mentioned, yes, I have heard and I do know about, but there are a few things that I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, some of it sounds very sensational. Like
Yeah.
a lot of atheism in the country, actually, a lot of atheism in the entire world today didn't exist prior to the 1400s.
Right.
Right now in America, it actually didn't really, I mean, I wouldn't say it didn't really, but it didn't majority exist. We're not a secular country. America has never considered itself a secular country. But until 1966, when Rebbe Schneerson was speaking with, I think it was Nixon, and established something called the Noahide laws, which details,
Right.
I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but it details 7 laws cut out for people who are non-religious or non-secular in order to follow the Jews. So it has nothing to do with religion at all, but it fits within the law of kosher and Levitical law. So practicing atheism today is a religion, and it, like, I always say this to people who are born in Christian countries. It's funny, and you might not like it, but you are Christian. I'm sure you have a Christian name. I'm sure your family has Christian names. I'm sure you have a Christian lineage. That doesn't mean you're a practicing Christian, but every other religion outside of Christianity will view you as a Christian, regardless of being secular or in a secular nation. So you are considered an apostate by Islam. You're considered a Christian by Hindus. You're considered a follower of Christianity by Buddhists. You're considered goyim, or an idol worshiper, by Judaism.
All right. Well, I will say this again. Not much of a religious type, but thank you for your conversation. There are a few people in the comments / request box that are wanting to come up, so I'm gonna give them a chance and all that stuff. Thanks for coming up. It was a pleasure.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
Yep.
Well, I was wrong. Now he's pooping.
Ready to bring up another one?
Yeah, 1 second. I gotta.
Oh, you said that and I already hit the button.
That's
So-
okay. Well,
Are you a Christian?
nope, not religious, but you're welcome to ask your question anyway. Let's see where it goes. I'm
Okay,
curious.
so I am kind of Christian. I'm kind of on the border of that, but my belief
Okay.
is that everybody should love everybody, and so if you're a Republican, you support Donald Trump, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's your
But I
point?
do criticize him as well, but yeah.
Are you aware that he was found guilty of rape?
SA, not the other. There's
She's
a
gone.
fundamental legal difference.
She's gone.
Oh,
As soon as I knew she was gonna say it, I dropped.
yeah. There's a profound difference. So I encourage you to go look it up and learn it.
And as the guy said that was just up here, everybody, like I said, everybody should love everybody isn't a Christian value. Yeah, exactly. And he was acquitted. So once again, you're wrong.
Hello.
So, but
Wow. Okay. Alright, well, I guess that's the best they got for me for a minute. Maybe. Oh, wait, no. Maybe. Oh, we had like a request for like a half second. Okay. It is what it is. I'm gonna take a slight recess. I will be back momentarily.
Okay. I need to go mute my son's tablet so I'm not hearing it all night long.
Alright, I'm back. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, had a little bus.
Yep, I see it. Must see it. Hello.
Hello. You're an ass.
How old are you?
26.
Wow. You sound very young, but okay. What's your question?
I have a naturally high voice. When you say Republican, do you also you also believe in like MAGA values, or you? That makes sense.
So you're not the first one to ask, and you're definitely not going to be the last one to ask.
Yeah, yeah.
I've been accused of being MAGA. You're welcome to ask questions and come to your own conclusion. I don't identify as MAGA, but I don't care what other people think I am.
Would you say do you share any views with them, or like you just nothing at all?
Oh, I share views with them. I do agree with certain things, certain premises, but I also criticize Trump and I also criticize MAGA on certain things, but overall, yeah.
Would you
Anything else?
Would you be willing to share those values, or would you rather keep them to yourself?
So my general premise of Republican is first of all, the biggest thing is I believe in local state power, not really the federal government. I want to return as much power and influence to the states productively. And when it comes to various other things, yes, I'm Second Amendment. When it comes to AB, it's not the biggest topic that I cover, but my opinion on it overall is in the legal aspect, it should be left between a doctor and the patient unless a malpractice suit implies and follows, and then that goes into the legality of it. When it comes to the LGBTQ plus community, another thing I don't really cover, but it's like a topic everyone likes to talk about sometimes. I honestly believe that you're welcome to live the life you want to live and love whoever the fuck you want to love. I don't care. My only notion is leave children alone. LGBTQ plus, religion, and various other things do not need to be in school, does not need to be pushed on our youth in any credible manner inside of a public sphere. Now, if you want to do that at home, you do you. Those are your children. You're going to do what you're going to do in the sanctity of your own home, as long as it's not a physical abuse or neglect. Then I feel that you're fine.
All right, those all sound pretty good. Those are a lot of things that I also agree with. I wouldn't consider myself a Republican. No, I don't support either side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have a
Have
good
a good night.
Yep. It was a pleasure.
Not really, but okay.
Wow. All right. I guess we get into the topic until someone else requests up that I've been wanting to talk about.
What's that?
Well, I guess we'll wait for a minute.
Oh, damn, I wanted to know. Curious minds want to know now.
We'll get there. Hello, what's your question?
What's your favorite fruit?
Our favorite.
Okay, you're gonna ask a fruit question in a political
It says
live.
ask me everything. You said that you're a Republican.
No,
it's a statement.
it does
It says ask me
not.
a question. Let's debate. What's your fruit? What's your favorite fruit?
It clearly
Technically,
implies.
your live does say ask.
No, so it implies what kind of question that it's clearly about. I'm a Republican. That's political.
Yeah, you can
Ask
be a
me a
Republican, but you
question
can like
and let's
fruit.
debate.
Well, just to
Oh
let you
my.
know, my favorite fruit, I got quite a few of them. Mango, kiwi, grapes,
I like grape.
strawberries, blueberries. I was going
I
to keep
was
on going
going.
until he dropped.
Oh, I dropped him. I got done.
I was
He
going
was
to keep
up
going
here
until he
being a
dropped.
smart ass, so I was just done. Holy shit. Okay. Hi.
Hi.
I did not need to know what you did in the bathroom yesterday.
That was
not
a
need to.
poker machine sound.
I don't want to know what it was. Anyway, hello. What's your question?
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, all right, sorry. I'm got like a slice of pizza that I'm eating. So give me 2 seconds.
If you were
You couldn't
eating, why
have
did
ate-
you request up?
You couldn't have ate it after you requested?
So, all right, now I got the question. So, one host is a bitch, but what do you think about Israel and the United
You're a
States
punk,
teaming up?
so
You don't have an intelligent conversation leading with a name call.
obviously the boy ain't got enough intelligence that he came on a live eating.
Yeah, you are very typical. I literally asked. No, you said, okay, host is a blank, and then you began to ask it. No, we're not doing that. I'm not doing that. You can go somewhere else with that. And I don't see why I should let you back up. The fuck?
No.
I did. You can't lose when. Okay, moving
Just
on.
stop,
Anyway,
'cause
go ahead.
go on.
Go ahead. Apple, what's your question?
I was a Republican, but Trump is bad. Don't you know how to
No,
change
he
your
isn't.
voting?
No, he isn't.
Yep, he
And
is.
it's disgusting that you change
We're
parties.
gonna we're gonna get into the feeling emotions. I want to let okay, Trump is bad. Why is he bad? Since apparently you're not gonna ask me a question.
He can't do anything at all. He eats, talks, and golfs. He's incapable. He's a dysfunctional adult.
And obviously, you're right behind him because he's won presidency twice.
But that's your
Do
dumb fault. You fucked up.
No, it isn't my dumb
Yes,
fault.
you
I
voted for him,
highly
dummy.
intelligently voted for him 3
You
times.
did not intelligently vote. You misintelligently voted.
That's your
Can I
opinion. That's
get
why.
wait?
That's
That's
all
why
the
this
5
country
former
is in a
presidents'
condition it's
opinion.
in because Democrats fucking suck.
Okay,
5
I would
former
like.
presidents agree with me.
I fucking
Dude,
don't
what president
care.
Some
agreed with
MAGAs agree
you?
with
Sleepy
you.
Joe? You really care about Sleepy Joe?
Mm. That person clearly just came up to argue with no direction. That's okay.
It's disgusting that she changed from Republican to Democrat, which, bitch, you Looney Tune.
That's TikTok
You need to be
policy.
on the
You have
second
to be
floor of a fucking hospital.
you have to be 18 plus to come up. I would like to address something. You lost I didn't lose nothing. You didn't bring any credible proof or anything. You brought fills, which I don't give a fuck.
It is 3 o'clock in the morning.
You can feel the way you want. I don't care. Feel like Donald Trump is the worst president in the history of the nation. That's your feeling. I don't care. You can feel whatever way you want to.
Ass to bed.
Oh, good God. Hi.
I'm not 18, so.
Oh, well, thank you for being on. I encourage you to put your comment, your question in the comment. I will read it. Thank you for being honest. Awesome. You're a good person. Go ahead and put your question in the comment. I will answer it all the same. Oh, for the love of Christ. Coming up here and saying that a president was horrible because I don't like him is not intelligent. It's a statement, but it's not fact. It's an opinion. The fuck? Anyway, let's get to what I was gonna do. So. I think I've let this person up here before, but I'm curious. Let me see if I have or not.
Joe Biden is a crippled piece of fucking shit.
And you're a piece of shit kid.
And if you request up, just so you know, I will be blocking you because that's just wasting my time. I just couldn't remember your thing, so that's why I let you up. Anyway, but communism and fascism have things in common. So, here we go. Okay. Well, I did not see all these requests. My bad. Interesting. Hello.
Hello. So why do you support Trump?
Why do I support Trump? Because for better or worse, I feel like he's the most honest one that I've seen. And even though he has had a very interesting past, to say the least, when it comes to his overall policies and what he wants for a vision, I think that he's at least coming through with his promises to the best of his abilities. Does every single promise succeed? No.
Can I ask you a question?
Me or Gibbons? Or Gibbons?
You. I know the host. I know how to ask him. You. I want to ask a question to.
Yes, ma'am.
Why do you have a problem with us supporting Trump?
Oh dear, that's a
I don't
loaded
really have a
question.
problem. I just want his opinion because everybody has a different opinion on who's president or who they like to be president. I don't have a problem with them. It's just a simple question because on every video I've seen of him, he said he's going to lower gas prices. Gas prices has not been lowered. He said he's going to lower food.
Hold up. Wait. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. First of all, the president does not control gas prices. We are in a conflict with another country pertaining to oil is the reason why gas prices hasn't gone down as drastically as they should have been. But yes,
Alright,
gas prices has gone down.
Wait, Pam, real quick. So, yeah, we'll definitely get to your other points real quick. It feels like the next thing you was going to say was grocery prices. So, when it comes to gas prices, have you ever heard of AA stats?
I think I have.
Okay, so yeah, it's a website that tracks gas prices nationally, and you can go as far back as you want. You essentially you can look up any kind of gas related data that you want. And according to AA, prior to the Iran conflict going back into a heated conflict / a war, gas prices nationally was below $3 a gallon nationally. The only exception to that was California, that was between $3 and $4 because of their exorbitant gas tax in that state. But overall, every other state in the US was between $2 and $3 on average a gallon. So gas prices did go down. They went back up due to the conflict and to current precedents. And when it comes to grocery prices, yes, they was going up, but that is not due to anything significantly to do with Donald Trump. That's due to various shortages, various supply chain issues, and whatnot.
And
also
stores just jack up their
fires
prices
and
because they're
disasters
greedy.
and whatnot. So, not to mention, what was the next thing after the groceries you was gonna say?
It was about the war. I guess he said something about he wasn't going to start a war, and he's starting a war. I'm not.
No, he isn't. No, he
Yeah,
isn't.
So Pam, let me get. I got this. I do this a lot. So when it comes to him saying that he wasn't going to start a war, he never said that. What he said was, I had no new wars in my first term, which is true. I want to end all forever wars going into my second term. Let's end it all. Let's bring our troops back. That is what he said. And when it comes to the Middle East, I criticize him the way he's trying to end it, but he is essentially trying to end it in the most productive way possible as far as his information that he is presented with is being presented to him. So you and I can criticize and go back and forth on whether or not we think it's justified to go into Iran, but the notion of it is he didn't start a new conflict because we was already in an indirect conflict with Iran going all the way back to 1971. So with that very premise, this isn't a new conflict. It's just a more, if you will, it's a direct conflict stipulating all the way back. Does that, hopefully
This
that
conflict
kind of,
goes back way before 71.
anyways.
It's
but
like
yeah,
49 or 47 or 55, whatever, but it was.
So what I would encourage is you to look up two things. First, look up if Trump has ever said definitively, I will not start a new war in my second term. Look that up first. because that's never happened.
Never
Second of
happened.
all, look up if he's ever said that he will end all conflicts going into his second term, because he has said that.
I got another question. Are you against LGBTQ on banning it?
I don't think it should be banned. I think people should be able to love who they want to love.
Now, what do you think about Mexicans, so-called immigrants?
I work around them every single day.
Okay, well,
We
you got
have no
something to say.
issue. We have no issue with legal immigrants.
wait,
we have issues with illegal criminals that's coming into our country.
So so real quick, Pam. The individual is just asking a question. I don't think there's any nefarious intent as of yet, but continue with your questions. You're good so far.
Oh, that's all I wanted to know. But thank you. I hope
Okay,
you have a good
awesome.
night.
Yep, most definitely. Feel free to follow back anytime if you have a question in the future. Alrighty. Would the world be a better place? What? That's not that okay, that's a question, but it's a very obscure question. Like what okay. I don't know anymore. Okay.
Although you still cannot dry a dish.
Hello.
Yo.
Hi. What's your question?
Why do you think people are vegan?
How old are you?
I mean, kudos to making me laugh, but what the fuck?
Oh,
Hello.
here's all the kids.
Hello, Gibbons.
Hi, what's your question?
Okay, as a Republican, what's your view? Like, as a Republican, like, what do you? There's Republicans with different views. You know, I want to know, like, where do you come from as a Republican?
If you're trying to pin down my ideology, I'm a Republican conservative. I think that we should return as much power to the states and / cities as much as humanly possible and limit the power and influence of the federal government.
Okay. All right. Okay. Do you support anybody higher up, like Donald Trump, the government? Like, do you, or is that just your basic ideology in general?
Yeah, I support Donald Trump. I don't support everything that he does, but I do support him overall.
Okay, what about him do you support?
What about him do I support?
Yeah, like name a few things off the top of your head.
Yeah. So the things about him that I tend to support is his efforts to shore up our border security, his efforts to deport people that have committed crimes, his efforts to bring manufacturing back to the United States, his efforts to end conflicts instead of getting into them more and again. Yeah.
Support drill, baby drill. Support Gulf of America. Support my president. That's what I support.
Okay, let me ask you this, right? You say you support his effort, but do you support, right? You say you support his effort. Like, effort is something that you give out, like, with your, like, base, like, just with your own willpower, right? Do you think is that enough for the things behind it? Do you think effort is enough with?
Why don't you support the president?
Because he is. Because there's many reasons why I support the president, right?
Let's not get sidetracked here. So you was on effort real quick.
Yeah, like
So-
willpower, right? Like, you
Yeah,
think it's
when it
enough?
comes
you think it's
to
ethical
effort,
to-
when it comes to effort, Donald Trump So, do you honestly believe that Joe Biden put a lot of effort into getting things passed and getting things done?
I'm
Or
not
do
a
you think
supporter
that
of Joe Biden either. Let's get into that, right?
no, it was just a question.
Okay. If Joe Biden did such thing, he really didn't do much, pretty anything
Okay.
in regards of his
We
effort.
agree on that.
So, can you tell me a president that you believe definitively put a lot of effort into what they did?
George Washington.
You weren't alive then, and neither were any
It
of
doesn't
us.
matter. He's still a
The
president that
fact
put in effort.
remains,
That's the
we're talking
question.
about in today's economy, today's world. The fact is, in the time that you've been
He didn't
alive,
specify that though.
That
He did not
is fair.
specify that at
common
all.
So when
sense
it
tells
comes
you.
to George, wait, real quick. So when it comes to George Washington, yes,
Yes.
with him being the first president, there is an argument to be made that he
Okay.
put a lot
Okay.
of
Let's
effort
get into
in.
specifics, right? Like you
But
said in today's time, right? I would say Obama.
That's a crock of shit.
How so?
Really?
Can you
He
tell
could
me?
have been a really great president. Instead, he's a complete fucking moron.
What about him makes him a moron?
The
why do we
black
have to
kid
get into
situation with,
emotion?
that could have been my son, or that could have been whatever, however he worded that shit. He completely
I mean, I get it's
isolated
debatable, but damn.
races. He could have
Okay.
been
And
one of the
so is
presidents that
okay.
brought
Let's.
all races together, and he's separated.
All right. So I'm gonna be flat out honest. You can probably tell the difference between me and Pam. I'm not very emotional. I tend to look at things from a very factual type of evidence-based
Yeah,
standpoint.
I'm just trying to argue with you specifically. It's okay if she. I mean,
I'm not arguing.
No, it's an argument. It's a
No,
debate.
it's not.
It's a debate.
Anyway,
Exactly.
so when it comes
Do you
to
know? Okay,
Obama, you feel like Obama.
Pamela, do you know what an argument is? Like, do you know what's the definition of an argument?
And I said I'm not arguing.
Then why join in?
All right. Let's
Again,
let's
debate.
stay focused. Yeah, let's stay focused here real quick. So when it comes to Barack Obama, you feel like he did a lot of effort. In what format did he do effort?
Effort, as in, he also secured borders. He also went in to defend any illegal immigrants. He also went in his ways to help out his own country, mind you. He also went in throughout the war, the Gulf War. And yeah.
Okay, everything you just said there literally is the very
Okay, I'm not
roughly
against
the
Trump because of
correlation
those things,
of
right? Okay. Like here's the reason why I'm against Trump, right? First and foremost, let's get in straight with his own thing. He's a literal criminal as a president. The only reason why he's not in jail is because he himself had what you call it. You know when the president gets himself out of jail, I forgot what's that called. But he did that, and he's also charged with many other things. He also had the case for being assaulter, right?
Okay, let me ask you a genuine question. This is genuine as hell. It may come out disingenuous, but it's not disingenuous. Let's say Donald Trump was not the president, was not going to be elected, wasn't running.
Okay.
What do you think he would have been put in jail for? Because I have had these debates with other people on who.
Charges wouldn't have even been brought up if he wasn't running for president.
Oh my God! Let him answer. I want to know this.
Okay.
Who?
Also, the files, him being engaged with,
Okay. So okay. First of all, you said assault. I asked two, and then you're going into the files.
Yeah, because you said
Who?
right. Let's track back
Assault
what you
has
said,
to
right?
be done on a person. Who?
Let me look up the case because it's a literal case. You can look it up right now in the
And the
judicial.
dress that you're claiming,
I can almost
person-
guarantee the person that you are going to say beyond a shadow of a doubt, because everyone says it, is E. Jean Carroll.
Yep.
And there
Okay,
is a
so
statute
okay, if it's
of
fraud, right?
Wait,
If it's-
wait, boom, stop. There is a statute of limitations on assault. If she wanted to bring an assault case, she would have had to do it a minimum of 3 years after the alleged incident. Anything past that, statute of limitations takes over. So therefore, when the case was brought, by the time the case was brought, nothing would have happened to Donald Trump in the form of arrest, charges, or anything. It was literally a civil case at that point, and that's all it was, and that's all it remains to be. Next, go for it. What else
Okay.
would have he been put in jail for?
Like I said, the files, his association with being
What in the files?
many things, like him being engaged and saying many inappropriate things. Let me get on for the fact this. I can't even mention the things without being kicked out by you because it's gonna
No.
flag me.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to say. Pam, do not kick him under any circumstances. If anyone does it, it will be me. Now, when it comes to this boom, I'm going to say this. If you have evidence, bring it to me. Because I have looked over those files. I've looked up Donald Trump's name. I've looked at everything that he's been mentioned in to
If
see
you looked
if
at
it
it way
is
before,
criminal.
if you looked at it fresh off the bat, right? Because this is long ago. The files has been there long ago. But if you looked at it fresh when it was released, you would have seen many things that he did. Like when did you
His
start looking
name
at
is in the files because people keep mentioning his name.
It's time for you to go to bed.
And why do you think they keep mentioning his name?
Okay, so Donald Trump's name
Because
is
he's
mentioned
Donald Trump.
over.
He says you better listen to him.
And then also, right? Let's backtrack on the assault.
Wait, we're
cases,
not.
right?
Wait, we're not.
Let's-
Wait, hold. When it comes to the e-files, he was mentioned over 38,000 times. So in those
Right.
38,000 times,
Have you looked over those?
I'm
38,000
asking
times?
I'm asking you, what charge would have landed him in jail or prison? Go. I'm giving you the floor.
PDF
Go.
file.
Huh?
Okay, simply being in a case file is not criminal. It won't land you in jail.
Obviously, you did not do
I
your
just
research
mentioned it.
pertaining to this subject because,
I didn't
again,
do my research. I literally saw it through the files, but okay.
obviously you
PDF
didn't
file, okay.
comprehend what you
What?
read.
Okay,
All right.
what in the quote-unquote PDF file is criminal? Go.
What? Whoa. All right, let's backtrack that, right? What do you mean? What any PD files? Like,
He isn't the one that did anything. He was the one that turned Epstein in that started
What?
the investigation.
okay, and then looking into it. Okay, look
Pam,
and then listen.
Pam, real quick. Wait, boom. When it comes to criminal, what did Donald Trump, not Epstein, what did Donald Trump do in the PDF
All right.
file that was criminal? Go. How many things
I
do I
literally
have to
was telling
reiterate?
you. What are you? Listen, like, I keep telling you, and you keep
Then
repeating the
speak
same
it
thing.
because you're not saying anything but blah,
I
blah,
am.
blah,
You
blah,
keep
blah.
This is what
interrupting
I'm
me.
gonna do.
Carmela, can you? Gosh, man.
Okay.
Like, I'm trying to tell you, you keep interrupting me. Like, what's going on? Like I was saying, he had a ballot. I don't even know what it's called, but when he had this group of girls behind the stages, why would he go out his way to peek into the room, right? While they're changing, you think that is okay as a grown man who's into business, who's into all these things, who knows how to do things logically? Do you think it's logical to go up your way to look into the backstage full of girls changing into the stadium? I mean, what's it? Into the, what do you call it? I forgot what it was, but that's literally what happened.
Are you done? I don't want to keep interrupting you.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
All right. So, first of all, that's not in the e-files. That was not even mentioned in the e-files. Second of all, that is
No,
not
this is
criminal.
I'm not talking about the
wait,
info. You're
boom,
talking
boom.
about things he's done in general. This is something he's
No,
done in general.
no, I asked you specific question. I said, what did he do in the e-files that was criminal, and then I said go. And you bring up a beauty pageant that has nothing to do with
And
the
if you're aware that
E-files.
that's okay, that's the thing, right? It wasn't mentioned in the e-files, but if it's not mentioned in the e-files, it's something that he did in general outside of the e-files, which makes you think that he's innocent in general inside of e-files. That's my point, right? If he's
It
doing
doesn't
something
matter
outside of
what
the
I think, it matters what is provable.
that's provable. What you're gonna tell me that's not provable?
Okay, him going into a backstage of a beauty pageant is not evidence in the Epstein files to say that something nefarious happened unless there is something in the e-files proving that
Because it's
Donald
way
Trump...
worse in the e-files. I cannot even mention the things he did in the e-files right now because it's gonna get you flagged in live. I don't know how else to put the words that I'm gonna tell you.
He
Do you
didn't
not
do
know coded
anything
language?
in the e-files.
Okay,
Is
so
the facts.
Okay, so besides Donald Trump running into a supposed glass door to quote unquote get to a girl on Ease Island, and him having multiple transactions to buy and purchase land, and him literally talking to Epstein via emails, but saying nothing criminal in any of those emails.
Yeah.
Besides all of that, because none of that's criminal. Everything I just mentioned to you is not criminal.
So him being associated with a alright.
And almost every senator.
Okay,
and,
wait, real quick. I just want to say this one right now.
Yeah.
Being associated with someone that commits a crime does not make you by default a criminal. That's not how that works.
It makes you suspicious.
Yes, and he was investigated. That's one of the reasons why he's in those files so many times, is because they investigated him too.
Because you're gonna make me like go through these files just for you, because I really cannot name at the top of my head the things he's like just specifically.
Again, he did nothing criminal, but he was investigated. That is why his name is in the file, because anytime that they asked him a question or brought him in for an interview or did anything with him, yes,
you
his
think
name is
as a
going to
criminal you're
appear.
gonna mention something that you did criminally? Like, come on.
The fact that nobody else mentioned that he did something criminally speaks volumes.
Many people have mentioned. They spoke up.
Even the girls, the women that they interviewed that were victims, even said that Donald Trump didn't do anything. So are we not supposed to believe them?
I'm gonna say this right now.
You.
There was only one person
in which she was lying.
Wait, stop, real quick. There was only one person that the FBI repeatedly brought in several times to quote unquote potentially build a case, and she stopped coming. Why are you going to stop coming if you're building a case to prosecute the man that quote unquote harmed you? You're not going to stop coming.
There's many reasons why a person can stop coming. Why you don't know her
was lying.
Oh, you're gonna go down the excuse banner, and I just don't care. You either start it.
How about we shove our foot in your ass?
You either start it and finish it, or you don't say anything. That's literally how a majority of victims unfortunately feel. They don't say anything due to fear. But if you're gonna speak up, you've already spoke up. You're not gonna suddenly stop. Oh my God,
Did Pam get down?
No, I kicked him because I
said, did Pam?
No.
Pam's still there?
Yeah, she's still
Yes,
here.
I am.
Look at her go! Ain't it past your bedtime, little old lady?
It's been past my bedtime. I just don't give a shit.
What did she say?
It's been past her bedtime. She just don't give a shit.
Okay.
And where I'm staying at right now, the people left today to go to Texas for the week. So I'm
All
here
right.
with my son all alone.
Hello.
I am good.
What's your question?
Hey, what about our boy Matt Gaetz?
What about him?
I liked him, man. Why did he get the boot?
Matt
I don't
Gaetz?
remember who Gates is.
You don't know? Y'all don't remember who Matt Gaetz was?
Not right off the top of my head.
No,
I must
okay.
be too tired for that name to ring a bell. My
Yeah,
apologies.
man. Look, he was a badass dude. Yeah, and then all of a sudden, to me, it's like they set him up. He had some cocaine and was with some women, and he couldn't run. He was.
You can't say that. Half of those words. Good Lord.
That was probably why he got booted.
That'd be funny.
Duh.
Hello.
Just out of curiosity, why'd you call me?
Hello.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah, I can hear you. What's your question?
Okay,
No. I wasn't talking to you, sorry. Why do my dogs decide to start barking at 3:40 in the morning?
I do not know. All right, I do give a little bit of time for Teacup, but not by much, so hurry
Your
up.
teacup can look at my butt.
But yeah.
What was that?
Okay. Guess that one didn't quite work out the way she planned. Feel free to request back up when you're ready. I don't know what else to tell you.
You didn't like my comment?
Mm.
Promise you no one here remembers what you did.
Hello.
Don't worry, I'll be right by your side.
What's your question?
So I was wondering how you can support Trump.
Simple. I want the country to succeed, and
As do I.
He is doing the stuff that I view is going to help the country on that path. You might disagree with that. That's fine. But I believe a strong border, enforcing our border laws, and encouraging businesses and manufacturing to come back to the United States goes to contributing to making a great country.
Okay, that's fair. I would agree that those things are important to the betterment of our country. And although I wouldn't fully agree with you that he is doing those things well. But what I would like to ask you is why you believe that it's okay to have a felon and a rapist and a sexual predator in the Oval Office.
Okay, when it comes to the felonies, all of those was white-collar crimes. Nothing else
Do you
would have
think that makes them
happened.
excusable?
I think that makes them low priority. I don't care.
Do you think that makes them excusable?
Again, low priority, don't care.
So you're saying that having a felony is excusable?
I honestly think all of government should have those kind of felonies because, let's face it, there's a lot of them. But going besides that point, when it comes to felonies, it's not unconstitutional and it's not against the law for a felon to run for political office. Now, do you think...
Yes, very correct.
My family's out.
Now, if you're going to ask me if I think that it should be against the rules or against the laws, the
Then
only
we wouldn't have anybody in office.
the only type of felony that I think should not be allowed in the office is unalivement. If you unalive somebody else unjustifiably, you should not be allowed in a political office. Anything short of that,
The simple
Yeah.
answer is if charges or criminal acts didn't happen by most government people that are in our Congress, senators, governors, any politician, there would be no politicians.
anyway, you was about to ask a question. Go
Okay.
ahead with your question.
Okay, so you said that the only felony that you think is makes somebody should not make somebody eligible to be president is to kill someone.
We can't say that word.
You you gotta be more careful than that. But
Let's back
yes,
up.
unalive someone. Yeah. But yeah, unaliving someone, yeah, you should be barred from joining any political office. There should be no political office that you should be able to join if you've unalived someone. That's just my view. So.
If you feel like you're going to have problems in the night, if you feel like you're going to drink, call me, call
Why do people do that? If you're going to request up, I'm going to say this again. If you're going to request up, don't leave. Just don't leave. Because you request up, I will get to you. Might take a minute. Take a big minute, but I will get to you. Okay, there's a lot of people that are just not coming up, so I'm going to reverse my... Oh, Jesus, criminy sakes. Well, that wasn't part of the plan. All right, user, you first. What's your question?
When Trump said a couple of weeks ago, you have to show the president respect or there's going to be problems. Isn't that against the freedom of speech?
Nope, that's freedom of speech of, he can say that. There's nothing legally that can happen to anybody who disrespects the president.
Well, yeah, exactly. So then why is he saying it when it's not true? It's implying that we're going to get in trouble if we criticize the president. Don't you understand how that's antithetical to free speech, freedom, democracy?
I'm going to say
You're
this
fucking
now.
full of shit, you MAGA fucking fascist moron.
Asshole.
Wow. Look who's against freedom of speech.
Exactly.
You are, apparently. Jesus Christ. Calling me fascist. Damn.
Oh.
Like, wow.
Did that hurt your feelings?
By the way, for your answer, since I was trying to answer you, when it comes to him saying that, that's his freedom of speech to say that. Now, if he tries to put something into action illegally, then I'll have a problem. But free speech is protected even if it's speech that you don't like.
Yep.
That's how it works.
Amazing how that works.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
Awesome. What's your question?
So, you're being a Republican. I know everyone's gonna target Trump, but I'm gonna go another route. Is it that you voted for Dixon Mayes?
Dixon Mayes?
Yeah, did you vote for Dixon Mayes?
Don't even entertain
Mayes?
bullshit.
Yeah, Mayes, never heard of Mayes, but
No.
good Lord.
No, what he said. Don't even pay no mind. Apparently.
I know what he said, but I was trolling him a little bit. I was trolling him back. Anyway, hello, welcome up. What's your question?
What? I'm a Republican.
How old
You're
are you?
also a child.
What do you?
Put your question in the comment. If you're under the age of 18, you're okay, but put your question in the comment. I can't let you up here. I wish I could, but I can't. Hi.
Hello, and I am 27 years old for TikTok purposes.
Cool. What's your question?
Yeah, so I am also a Republican, and I supported Donald Trump. I'm a little disappointed in his performance, though, and I'm quite frankly a little disgusted with what happened with Thomas Massie, considering that Congressman Thomas Massie has one of the highest constitutional voting records in Congress, and yet Donald Trump had him removed. So my question is, what are your thoughts on like Liberty Republicans, individuals like Thomas Massie, Rand Paul, and the former Justin Amash?
Honestly, I've been criticizing Donald Trump about making it harder for us to mitigate the midterm loss that we are inevitably going to suffer. So the fact that he's essentially booting out anybody that goes against him, even if their race is for sure wins. He's having them booted out in the primaries, which I don't like and I don't agree with, but he's welcome to do that technically.
Oh, I'm glad we see eye to eye on that. I do think that a lot of Trump's like endorsement picks have been a little crappy lately. Like Ed Gowring, that he chose to run against Thomas Massey, for example. Ed Gowring received like, what was it, like over $100 million from AIPAC?
Yeah. No, when it comes to the midterm elections, we was already going to lose, but I feel like due to Trump, we are going to lose more, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. It's because Trump. I don't know who's in Trump's inner circle that's feeding him the information that these individuals are apparently good guys, because they're not. They are
I
absolutely
genuinely.
establishment.
So me personally, my general belief is I don't think anyone's feeding him the information. I think he's just going with who is willing to be a rubber stamp for his agenda. And right now,
I don't believe that at all. Trump is a very much, if you're either with him and loyal to him or you're not.
Yeah, that's a rubber stamp, Pam. Anyway, moving on. So any other questions?
No, not that I can think of, but I will agree. I do think that's a problem. I think that I think that the Republican Party should welcome more free thought, especially if we're going to be the party of constitutional freedom.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up. I encourage you to follow me and come back up at a different time if you have another question. It was a pleasure. Oh, good God. Hello. Hello.
Oh. No, don't whistle at me. I'm not a dog.
I think that was an accidental request. That was. I ain't gonna lie.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. So, just as a guess, you say you're a Republican. I'm gonna guess that you support Trump.
Yep.
All right. I guess my question is why. I have a few points. I'm just gonna bring up just after you answer.
Okay. Yeah, the reasons why I support Trump is because, for better or worse, he is at least attempting to do various promises that he did on the campaign trail. He is essentially trying to shore up our border. He is deporting as many people as he can. He is trying to bring manufacturing back. He is doing a lot of things that he essentially promised to do. He may not be doing it in the ways that individuals like or think should be done, but he is at least doing it.
Okay, just one thing that you pointed out on why you support him is that you said that he is backing up what he said that he was going to do in the campaign. Actually, that is incorrect. He supposedly said that he was going to lower gas prices and make all inflation go down, and then just a couple days ago he had a speech saying that inflation is a democratic lie. Also, just another point, he tried to overturn the 2020 election and wouldn't accept his loss, and pushed claims that the election was rigged that was farther unproven that was untrue. So just for starters, that's what I'm going to start out at.
It has been proven that the 2020 election things had happened.
All right, Pam, let's not go down that road. That road is just going to be
He brought it up.
wishy-washy.
He brought it up.
I
He
know,
brought it
but it's a slight trap.
I
no,
know.
we're not.
It
I'm
doesn't
not
matter.
biting.
The fact is that they have found fraud in the 2020 election. There's just nothing that can be done about it now. The fact remains. What was the other one that he said he would bring gas prices down? He has brought gas prices down. Even though he don't control. I'm talking. I'll let you talk.
You hope, sweet pea up.
The president does not control gas prices, but yes, gas prices has come down. May not have a whole lot in California or what, but gas prices has come down across the country. Grocery prices, yes, some has come down. They're not as outrageous as they used to be, but they're still a lot of things high. And grocery prices are spiking their prices, not anything to do with the president. It could be shortages, it could be low stock, it could be whatever the hell the cost is and what. The fact remains, Trump doesn't have control over what grocery stores price their items at. What was your other bitch about?
Well, that's all that I had brung up in that one. I still have a good bit more that is actually proven on Trump. But
all right, Pam did all of her talk. Pam did all of her talking points. I'm going to bring up mine, and Pam does it from a very specific avenue. I do it from a slightly different. Mine is very fact-based. So, have you ever heard of AA.com?
I have.
Okay, so AA.com, if you look at it and the date prior to the Iran conflict in 2025, gas prices did go down considerably prior to the conflict. Now, they did raise, of course, when the conflict sparked going into 2026. So from 2025 to 2026, in the middle part, right before the conflict started, gas prices was considerably down, according to AA. Now, with that being said, yes, gas prices were high. They have gone down just a tick because of the ceasefire/memorandum. Now, with that also being said, when it comes to grocery prices, yes, Pam is technically correct. There is various avenues that, yes, they are higher due to various factors that are outside of the executive branch's control. So the fact is, he is trying to bring down prices, not saying that he's being very successful. Yes, those are promises. I'm not saying he's being successful on every single promise he's ever made. That was never a claim. I made very specific claims, yet none of which you argued against. Now, if you're wanting to argue against any of those, you're welcome to. So, your turn. Go for it.
All right, well, just in general, you kind of exposed Trump on your own when you mentioned the stuff about Iran, because Iran was not bothering the U.S., had nothing to do with it. It was about their people, and Trump has supposedly said that he was going to be the president of no wars and going to be all peaceful, and then he went and attacked another country for their people. That's just not really something that he should have even done. On top of that, he uses his presidential powers to get a lead or scare people or countries all around. That's just a foul play and should not be okay. He also signed a peace treaty with Iran just to bomb them 3 days later for no reason at all.
All right, so when it comes to Iran, yes, actually we had plethora of reasons, although he used the nuclear one, which it was kind of a hit and miss, to be honest. I honestly, if I would have been him, I would have used that they had unalived through via proxies several hundreds of troops going all the way back to 2010 to whatnot. So we had not been in a direct conflict with them for a while, but we have been in several indirect conflicts. And by indirect conflicts, I'm meaning like we pay various groups to attack them and their military, and they do the same thing for us. I'm not saying that it was very good or very productive. I'm just saying that shit happened. So that was an indirect conflict. Now, with the other things that you said, again, you're welcome to your opinions. I'm not going to try to change your opinions. What you generally said was more of, I would say, there's an argument to be made that it is very narrow scoped, and clearly you took that narrow path instead of looking at those things broadly and why they're happened, instead of what you're doing, of basically saying, oh, this individual's doing it, I don't like this individual, so therefore I'm going to make it bad in my own peripheral vision. I'm not looking to make Donald Trump look bad, I'm looking at reality. And reality is, when it comes to the Iran war, we have been in that conflict and war for a very long time. And one of the things that he promised on the campaign trail, again, was to get us out. Now, do I agree with the way he's doing it? Not really. I believe we should have went in there, just not in the way that he did. He kind of I guess you could say, put us in a very vulnerable position when he left the Strait of Hormuz as open as he did. He should have realized sooner rather than later that that was a pincher area, and he should have done various things to mitigate that as much as possible. He didn't do enough, clearly. I do criticize him for that. So, but anything else you'd like to say?
Yeah, I mean, I have 1,000 topics. I'm just gonna bring up one more, and then I'm gonna go because I have other things to do. Just he's a racist and a rapist. I'm not gonna say what I want to just because I don't want to get you banned on TikTok. I appreciate
that, but
just a few evidence against him. Jean Carroll submitted the address to the civil courts and said that she was raped in the dress by Donald Trump. When the courts had the dress tested for male DNA, it was found on the dress. When they asked Trump, "Hey, can you give us a sample?"
Not.
Yes, it was. But
No,
anyway,
it was not. His DNA was not
yes, it
definitive
no.
on that dress. And five of the men
Would you
were-
let me finish my sentence? Would you
Plus,
let me
that
finish my
dress
sentence?
was not even designed for 3 years until after the fact that she made that claim.
Pam,
So
let
again,
him finish,
you're
and then when he
product
gets down,
and
I
saying
will
what he's
correct
saying.
whatever he's. Let him finish. Then when he gets down, I will fact check everything that he's saying. But until then, let him finish. Go for it.
As I was saying, the male DNA was found on the dress, and then the courts had sent Trump an offer, "Hey, can you give us a DNA sample so we can clear your name?" He refused. That's not something that a very innocent person would just dismiss of and everything else. On top of that, there has been less than 1% of the files released, and Trump is leading with 3,000 plus mentions. Also, it is officially confirmed, Donald Trump has hidden files that allege he raped a child.
Yeah, that there's no release of that, but I encourage you to come back with the proof of that. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to get into that because the wife don't want me to, so I'm just going to leave it alone. Wow. I never suspected. Okay, okay, how do I do this?
I hate when people do-
Wait, real quick, Pam. So the next person I'm going to let up, I've seen him in other people's lives, and I know what he does. I'm going to need you to do me a favor real quick. If you have an inkling of interrupting or speaking up anything, I encourage you just to temporarily drop, because my goal with this individual is expose the hell out of him. So, and he's going to say stuff that's going to piss you off. I just know it.
Well,
So-
I was muted. I'm laying here starting to
Okay,
fall asleep.
that-
and when I heard him saying the
That's
bullshit
fine.
he was saying about President Trump, that's when I had to
this
speak
person's
up.
going to
I'm a
be
mute and I'll stay
possibly-
muted.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's do this. Maybe. Well, cringy. I've seen you in Unrealness's lives. I've seen you in Lexus's live. I've seen you in a lot of lives, and I'll be honest, you have a very interesting way of doing things. So, what's your question?
Sure, I just question why you're Republican.
Yeah, because I believe that we, as a Republican, we need to return as much power back to the states and / cities and limit the federal government as much as humanly possible.
And I'm assuming you voted for Trump? Or maybe
Yes,
not?
it did. Yes, it
So,
did.
why'd you vote for Trump then? Doesn't really make sense. He was he was threatening states. He was threatening states, telling them to give over their voter rolls, and if they didn't, he'd keep ICE in their cities. Doesn't really sound like somebody who agrees with or aligns with states' rights, huh?
So just because those are my general values does not mean that, because when it comes to politics, especially the federal government wants to assume as much power as possible. Very little politicians in the modern era have actually done on the federal level of returning a lot to the states. I would argue that the only way that repeatedly individuals give him credit for, although I say it was the Supreme Court, is AB. AB was in the federal bracket, which was returned back to the states, which Donald Trump assumed credit for, and everybody has since gave him credit for. So that is technically so. Okay, cringy.
AB was given back to the states in virtue of Roe v. Wade being overturned, right?
Yes.
Donald Trump wasn't like pro giving rights back to states, bro.
Again, I'm not the one.
And even still,
cringy, I'm not the one giving him credit to that. Democrats are the ones giving him credit to that, and multiple Republicans are the ones blaming Donald Trump for. Multiple other individuals. I've predicated this. Multiple other individuals have given him credit for it. So
you're talking to me.
Now, when it comes to other politicians, that's the only notable thing that the federal government has considerably reversed course on. Instead of taking power from the states, they actually returned power. And I would argue that that's like the only thing that really comes to pair when it comes to any other president. A vast majority of the other presidents
seem to be giving this. Okay, if you're not giving Donald Trump credit for this, I'm not either. Then you shouldn't be bringing this up as a point.
No, it's a point because it's reality. Just because I don't do something or I don't agree with something doesn't mean it's not reality. A reality / a fact, regardless of whether or not someone agrees, disagrees, or regardless of how I feel about it, a fact is a fact. I can disagree with something all day fucking long. I can have my own opinions on that thing. Doesn't make it not a fact.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is Donald Trump didn't return that right to the states. That was the judiciary.
Yeah, and my claim was, which is a fact, is a lot of Democrat politicians and a lot of Democrat voters and a lot of Republican politicians and a lot of Republican voters all think and blame Donald Trump for doing what he did with Roe versus Wade.
Are you talking to a lot of whoever, whatever right now, or are you talking to me?
I'm using that as the premise.
Let's just try answering the question, okay? Are you talking to a lot of whoever, whatever right now, or are you talking to me?
Cringy. Yes, I am talking to you, but just like you are most likely going to do is...
Just people say something doesn't make it true. So if you don't believe he got credit for that, if I don't believe he got credit for that, then that's just not a point that we should be engaging in right now. And it's not premise or anything, actually.
Interesting. Okay, now when it comes to any other president between Bill Clinton to Donald Trump, is there any other president that meets my criteria? I'd love to know.
What's your criteria?
Cringy. I just said it.
I mean, you gave an example. You didn't give criteria.
No, I did actually. I said returning as much power back to the states as humanly possible and limiting the federal government as much as humanly possible. Did I not say that when you first came up here? Did I not?
Like when I say criteria, okay, so let me just try to like recontextualize this conversation. When I asked you like for your criteria, I was asking what criteria would you need people to meet and like by taking like what actions in order to like give back state credits or whatever. I wasn't looking for like general prescriptions surrounding that, okay? But that's besides the point. One, I don't really believe in this kind of states' rights thing. I think the founders actually messed up on that. I don't really agree with the whole like states' right thing. Every time the states get it right, I feel like a lot of times it's usually to perpetuate evil. For example, during the Civil War, the South was advocating for states' rights to own slaves. And number two, and like I guess the other thing is that I don't think like taking away power from the federal government is necessarily a good thing. For example, like Social Security, right? I agree with a lot of these welfare programs.
Yeah. So when it comes to limiting states' rights, the reason why I hold that premise is I hold the premise of trying to give individuals as much free will and as much control over their own lives as humanly possible. And the more and more power that the federal government gets, the more and more those rights and whatnot get limited and the more free will gets limited.
And why did you vote for Donald Trump? He's been limiting the rights of people more than any president ever has done, at least in my opinion, at least in recent history.
Okay. So on a fact-based, not your opinion, on a fact-based, what right has he limited?
Sure, like Fourth Amendment rights when he was like authorizing ICE agents into people's houses without obtaining judicial warrants.
That wasn't Donald Trump. Who was that? Please tell me a name.
Who was that? I mean, it was Todd Lyons who wrote the memo, but it was Trump who allowed them to do it.
Okay, but you're blaming Trump specifically, which is fine. But again, Trump didn't do that action. Now, if you're wanting to name an action that Trump unilaterally himself did, like a paper that he signed, a policy that he himself enacted, then we can talk. But if you want to blame the head
I think
of
it's really
DHS,
telling that you're not willing to
then
assign
that's fine.
responsibility for like people's Fourth Amendment rights being violated and Trump doing nothing about it under this administration. I think that's really telling. Well, if you really want to move on to something else, I can. So, for example, like the due process violations when Donald Trump was like sending people to foreign torture prisons without due process and in violation of court orders, and that's a really obvious way he was like limiting people's rights.
Okay, so repeat that again. I heard the El Salvadorian prison, I think you said.
Yeah, when Donald Trump was sending like people to a foreign torture prison without due process in violation of a court order.
Okay, so besides the one that you're probably gonna mention that everybody has mentioned, and I can get into it if you want, but when it comes to anybody else, who was sent to El Salvador against a court order?
Basically the entirety of the JGG class, I think, except for like JGG himself and one other person.
And was this before or after they got on a fucking plane?
After.
Before? What? Okay. Are you asking when the court order was signed? The court order was signed March 14th.
So
the plane.
They was already on a plane. Wait, cringy. The judge literally enacted this because individuals came to him and said, "Hey, this is happening. We would like this stopped to give us more time." That's essentially what happened.
Okay.
And then again, this judge literally. The Supreme Court's already ruled on this. They actually went against that judge saying, hey, you did not have the authority to do that.
Okay. Yeah, you can't just like violate court orders though. That's not how it works. You can violate the court order once it's vacated.
What?
They violated the court order. The court order issued by Judge Boasberg on March 14th, which said that they could not deport anybody under the Alien Enemies Act for 2 weeks, which they then promptly did, which would be in violation and was in violation of that court order.
According to what source?
According to the case, bro. What do you mean, according to what? According to the case.
Oh, so a judge is unilaterally going to say, okay, well, the plane lifted off and I did this order and they won't turn the plane around. They can't. Oh, they're already in another airspace that I have no jurisdiction over, that the Supreme Court already fucking ruled. Cringy.
Hey, bring it down, please.
Cringy, do you not understand that the Supreme Court already ruled that Judge Boasberg overstepped his boundary?
How does that pertain to anything I just said?
Okay, what happens when a judge oversteps his boundary? What happens to his order?
Sir, you're confused. I'll try again. So, Donald Trump and the executive branch can continue doing the action they want to do once the order is vacated. The problem is they continue doing the action when the court order was in place and before it was vacated. So as a violation of the court order. That's just bad. They shouldn't be doing that. That's not even the real problem here. The real thing I'm trying to get at here is that this was a due process violation because these people never got the chance to file habeas before they were deported, as ruled by the Supreme Court in JGG v. Trump, which I'm sure you never read, but whatever.
Yes, I actually did read that. And do you think that the Trump administration is the only administration to ever do anything like this?
Yeah, absolutely.
You think that the Trump administration is the only administration to ever deport people without due process or habeas corpus?
They are the first administration to deport people without due process using the AEA in literally 100 years, bro. Yes. This is a unique action pertaining to the Trump administration.
Wait, cringy. Have you literally ever heard of expedited removal under Barack Obama? He literally...
Wait, I'm sorry, sir. What's your understanding of due process before you move on with this debate?
Due process is essentially being put in front of an individual or judge to receive judgment or basically have a chance to present your case. That is essentially due process.
So I don't know why you're having these kind of discussions. I don't know why you're trying to engage in these kind of discussions when clearly you have no understanding of what due process is. Due process is a procedure you're owed before the government infringes upon your rights, right? In the case of HGB Trump, it was, excuse me, I'm talking.
I don't fucking care if you're talking. You clearly, that's what I just fucking said, but you're making it seem like I didn't say that. I just fucking said that. Maybe not verbatim like you want, but I did say that.
You said due process is when you're put in front of a judge, bro. That's substantially different from due process is the procedure you're owed before the government infringes upon your rights. There's like a gigantic, meaningful difference between the two, understandings we gave of due process.
Again, I did not say it word for word.
I think it just further proves your confusion in this debate. But that's besides the point, really. Again, when it comes to expedited removal,
nothing. Okay,
when it comes to expedited removal, people who are being deported under the act do get due process, right? Their due process is administered by a CBP officer in that case. So, no, expedited removal isn't without due process. And two, yes, when the Trump administration
so you
deported these
admit
people
that
to
a
a foreign torture
CBP
prison
officer
in violation of a
can
court
do
order without due
removals
process, that was a
can
unique
do those
action. That
process.
was a unique action that pertains to the Trump administration.
Oh, wait. Barack Obama was before Trump, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, and expedited removals, you just said that the CBP officers can do those, and then you're simultaneously saying that under Donald Trump that's not how that works?
You are aware that expedited removal and the Alien Enemies Act are two different ways of removing people from the country and instantiate two different methods of due process?
Yes, I'm aware of this.
Okay, so in the case of the Obama administration, they did give due process by expedited removal. In the case of the Trump administration, when deporting people under the Alien Enemies Act, they didn't give due process. Jesus.
So you're saying not a single person that was deported under the Alien Enemies Act ever seen a judge? That's your claim?
When did I say that?
I'm asking.
When did I say? No.
I'm not.
That's not what I'm saying.
I'm not
bro.
specifically saying you said that. I'm asking. Do you not know the premise of a question, Cringy?
No, buddy. That's not what I'm saying. The reason I'm asking you that is because your question's confused, just like you. In relevance to everything I said, it's just confused.
Okay, Cringy. I see why Unreal... I don't know why Unrealness lets you on his panel so fucking long. I really don't. Outside of the fact that you are just... a giant fucking headache. That's all it is, but that's okay. Boy. Alrighty. Thanks, Pam. You actually surprised me. I thought you was gonna interrupt at least once, but thanks for not doing that. No, when it comes to Cringy, he's a very special individual that he thinks he's more educated than he really is. First of all, when it comes to the expedited removals, that was already ruled that they did not get due process for specific reasons, but they did not get due process. When it comes to the Judge Boasberg, the Supreme Court already dismissed that entire fucking thing by the very notion that he overstepped his boundary. The fact that he had no jurisdictional authority that he was trying to ensue that he had makes his order illegitimate by default. Right. Whatever. Oh, yeah. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. What's your question?
Where is this guy? Don't worry, he'll be here. What are you doing?
Hello?
My picture on Instagram. Are you crazy?
Well,
Sorry, I'm back.
you're good. What's your question?
Why are you a Republican?
I'm gonna make a video and I'm gonna pin that one. I'm a Republican because I believe that we need to return as much authority and power to the states as humanly possible.
I have a question. Are you also MAGA?
Some people think I am, some people think I'm not. I honestly don't care. I don't identify as MAGA, but
But how do you feel like about Donald Trump and all that?
he's the president of the United States.
I know, I'm just saying, like, some people are going crazy and saying he's like God and whatnot.
Yeah, I've never heard anybody call him God. I've heard people be sarcastic and say that kind of stuff just to troll people, but I've never heard someone legitimately believe that he is God.
Oh.
I've never heard of that.
Well, thank you. That's all.
All right, have a great one. Hey, that's not like. There we go. Boy, I'm gonna be honest. This has been a very good live overall. Thank you, everyone, for the most part being adults. There are a few exceptions, but for the most part, everyone's being adults. Anyway, feel free to request up, ask a question, have a good dialogue. Why are you? I don't think that's said what you wanted it to say. That's what I think. Because that last word makes no fucking sense, but that's okay.
Mexican criminals are so much more courteous. Until they make you take your own grave.
I don't know why. I'm not, but why?
Well, I guess the first thing we do is walk it over there.
Okay.
Okay, on the count of three. 1, 2.
I did answer. I said I'm not. But you're entitled to your thoughts and opinions. Don't care. Alright, let's get into this real quick while I wait for the next guest. I've been trying to get to this all night. Fascism and socialism Fascism and communism have lots of things in common, lots of similarities. So, to start out with, when it comes to fascism and socialism, one, they both have violence to come to power. That's first. They both suppress opposition, basically political opposition and public opposition collectively. in various formats. One, notably, is when it comes to fascism. The fascism, they unalived union reps to essentially help ascend to power and take over a specific area. And then when it came to communism, they unalived farmers and warehouse workers and warehouse managers because they would not comply with the state. All right, we have a request. Let's see what we got here. Hello.
Yeah, I'm looking at the world today, right? And
yeah,
democratic socialism is all over Europe. I don't see all that stuff you're talking about happening in England, Germany. They're more socialist than America. America's not even half as socialist as them. And those countries are striving. So fascism is something way more dangerous than socialism. Fascism is like a total control of government by one person.
First of all, to clarify, do you think I said socialism or do you think I said communism?
I don't know where you guys getting that. Where you MAGA people getting that communism from? Where in America you see communism at?
I wasn't talking about America at all, actually.
What was you talking about?
I was talking about the similarities between fascism and communism.
So you're saying that we pay taxes and getting social subsidies such as Social Security, Medicare. Man, you want to take all that, and if you take all that, who profits?
Where the hell did I say any of that?
But I don't understand. You're bringing up stuff off the top of your head like this is what.
No, I'm not. I'm bringing stuff out of a history book. The fuck? It's not off the top of my head.
But what I'm saying, does that apply to America? That have no. That's not even close. You're trying to portray fear because you want something done.
No, I'm not portraying fear. I'm just saying stuff that is there. I'm showing the similarities of two things and waiting for someone like you to come up and ask a question, not about what I was necessarily talking about, but just a question in general. Now, if you want to...
But you say you know what you're doing because you know how simple these country folks are, that they'll take your stuff and they'll run and they get everything you tell these folks, they get scared. And that's what you're doing. The Fox News, OAN, all these programs does it. These country folks are very simple and they'll listen to what you're saying and take it very seriously.
I have a question for you. Did farmers in the USSR get unalived? Yes or no? For not complying with the state, for not complying with the government. Did that happen, yes or no?
Well, they got what's it called? They wanted to break off the total. Yes, they got because they wanted to break off. It's nothing about farming. These people way out there. USSR is controlled by Russia, and Russia is like centralized. They had all these countries around them that they wanted to control, and if they did not control them,
I just can't. Nope. Open up a book, please, for the love of God. Open up a book. Okay? That's all I can say is open up a book. I respect your opinions. I respect your thoughts, but open up a book, please. Knowledge is power. That's all I'm going to say is knowledge is power.
This argument that Europe is socialist is so stupid. Europe is not socialist.
I mean, if he requests back up, do you want to debate him? Because I wasn't going to do it.
Well, I mean, we are a free market. We're the freest market in Norway.
Yes, I agree with you. I mean, you're welcome to debate him. Honestly, when it comes
He's big sad about he wants to what's the word say that Jay, you said that Europe is socialist?
I did not. I said they are more socialist than us. They have
No,
more.
you're way wrong. You're way wrong, my
No,
friend.
okay.
No,
They have
no.
free
Hey, shut
healthcare.
your
We
mouth.
don't.
Shut your mouth.
No. Fact is fact,
The
bro.
truth of the matter is that Europe has a freer market than the United States.
What you mean? What you mean by freer market? What you talking about?
The only thing that is socialist about Europe is that we have high taxes. That is it. That is the only thing.
So Europe don't have free healthcare?
No. Our healthcare is provided through subsidies based on our GDP.
So you don't pay taxes for to get healthcare in Europe.
What did I just say? Are you special?
You said GDP. So you're trying to take this off the or confuse these country simple folks that it's something totally different. You pay taxes.
I think you're confused, my friend. You are confused because the truth of the matter is you are trying to equate socialism with Europe, and Europe has no socialist
all
construction
I'm saying is that
unless
there
you're
are
in
more social
Belarus. Unless you're in Belarus, there is no socialism, my friend.
But what I'm saying, there's more social program in Europe than America.
And it's going to shit. So thank you for that.
No. Europe is thriving. Been there.
It's funny. You are telling me as a European how my country is doing. That's very American of you.
That's what I'm saying is Belarus ain't really, whatever you're coming from, Belarus is kind of a, what's the name, kind of state anyway. It's not a main state, European. Like,
Belarus is the
Europe,
most
like
communist
Germany.
country in Europe.
What?
Belarus is the most communist country in Europe, and it's and their people are eating borscht every day because they can't afford food. So congratulations, welcome.
So you Belarus. So what? You're not.
I'm not
Germany,
Belarusian.
You're not.
I'm Norwegian.
So what you talking about Belarus for?
You brought it up.
I have no clue where the hell Belarus is. Actually.
Exactly. Thank you, my American friend, for your ignorance.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I'm talking about the big countries in Europe.
What big countries?
Germany.
Germany does not have a socialist system. Germany has high taxes,
I've been to Germany. I know that they got free healthcare.
You are out of your mind.
I know that they got free healthcare in what's the name. I was in the army 3 years in Germany.
I did 18 years in the army. I promise you're wrong.
I don't know where you were stationed at, but I know I had my best friend.
Frankfurt. You had a best friend, and you sound really super smart. But the truth of the matter is that Europe is on a free market, not socialism. Do not equate the two. You are clearly smoking your own product.
You got to pay for. You're saying that Germany, you got to pay out your pocket for healthcare.
So they have an 18. They have so on the Deutschmark it has an 18% subsidy. Other than that, you have to pay out of pocket. Yes.
Let me look because my friend.
Your friend. Your friend.
I've never seen me pay it out of pocket. So you lying.
You sound super intelligent.
You're straight lying, bro. You're straight lying. So you're not gonna try to convince these country folks that we're going to what's the name? Because all you gotta do is push fear. I've never seen MAGA not pushing fear and hatred. That's all.
I'm not MAGA. I'm Norwegian. You fucking.
You're a fucking MAGA mentality. You fucking stay your ass in wherever the fuck you at and stop fucking with America. Stop trying to fuck with
what
America
ignorance
because
this,
you know
this
these
man
country folk is
has.
simple as fuck.
He's saying that I am MAGA. I'm not even American.
I don't give a damn.
You're
Stay the fuck
smoking.
out
You're
of America.
smoking your own product, my friend.
Stay the fuck out of America, you fucking degenerate motherfucker. Stay your ass out of
You're
America.
clearly.
Stay
You're
your ass out of-
look
stay
at
your
his
ass out of
ignorance.
America
Look at.
and
He
stop-
can't even
stop
speak
pushing
English.
fear with these country
He
folks.
can't even speak English.
I don't give a damn. Stop pushing
don't
fear
give
with
a
this country
blah,
folks.
blah, 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 blah.
Stay the
You
fuck
sound
out
super
of America.
smart.
Stay
You
your
sound
fuck
super
out of America.
smart. Do you know what conflagration is?
You don't come fuck with our constitution, bro. Leave our fucking
Do you
constitution
know what
alone.
conflagration is?
You fucking Nazi.
I'm
Fuck
not a
outta
Nazi. Why do I have to be a Nazi because I disagree with you?
You a fucking Nazi. Stay your ass up
I
out of
love
here.
how when you fail at a debate, you
Stay your Nazi
jump
ass
at the
over here.
N
You're
word
not
and
gonna
you
come
just
see these simple folks.
80% I was wrong. You're a
up here.
Nazi. You're a
You're a
Nazi.
fucking Nazi. Stay your ass where the fucking stay
Why
out of
are you so
America.
sad, bro? Poor thing. Poor
Well,
thing.
I can say this much. I did not kick him.
He dropped. He was out of his depth. He was out of his depth.
Trust me. So I'll be honest. The reason why I'm glad that he came back up is because I could tell that you knew way more than I did. Because one, you live there. Two, you clearly know what you're talking about your own fucking country. It's like holy
Right.
shit.
Well, I mean,
But-
look. Here's the thing, and I will disclose this. I served 18 years in the U.S. Army. I'm Norwegian. I'm a Norwegian citizen. But America is an exceptional country, and I'm
Right.
proud to have been there. I hope to return one day. And I love you. That is the truth of it. Freedom costs something. It's not through taxation and the things that America stood for. And I am proud to have been a U.S. service member for 18 years. So thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this much. Feel free to follow me, and definitely feel free to come back if you ever have something that you hear that you're like, wait.
Yeah, no, and here's the thing. Like I look, I don't hate him. He's obviously a confused individual.
Yeah,
but it's okay.
That's the conclusion that I drew to. I'll be honest. I don't hate anyone because me personally, in my eyes, hating someone is effectively stating that you are willing to unalive them and take them out of existence. So I don't hate anybody.
It takes effort, right? And I'm not willing to put effort towards someone who doesn't matter. So,
right.
What in closing, I would say this. I love you guys, and thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, most definitely. Thank you for coming up. It was a great pleasure.
Yeah. Take care. Bye-bye.
But alrighty. Alright, we're gonna see if I get another request real quick, or see if that other individual comes back. Either one. I will be ending this live here very, very soon, but not yet. Hopefully everyone has a great, hopefully everyone's having a great evening. Are you watching SOP? No, the wife's watching movies, but she does what she does. So.
Who's bitching?
No one. They was just asking when, am I watching SOP or soap?
No, it's mom.
Anyway, but yeah. Hopefully everyone's having a good evening. And yeah. When it comes to what I was saying though, there's lots of similarities between fascism and communism, to state what I was stating earlier. And then another thing that, never mind, I did not, maybe. Hello, what's your question? Hello? Hello. What's your question? You're unmuted, but you're.
Oh.
Oh, now I can hear you. What's your question? Yes, I do, but I also criticize him. How old are you?
15.
Ooh. Put your question in the comment and I'll answer any question you want. I can't have you up here, sorry. Anyway, but yeah, I do support Trump, but I also criticize him.
It's a treatment, not a vascular.
Hello, what's your question? I don't need to hear you sawing wood. That's not what I need to hear. Anyway, but yeah, another thing that they have in similarity is fascism essentially had prosecuted / demoralized various individuals in political careers. Same thing happened under communism. So yeah, there's another thing that they have in common. Thank you. I respect you as well. Thank you for coming up. I respect everybody's opinion and everyone's thoughts. You're welcome to them. Your opinions and your thoughts 9 times out of 10 is not going to affect me. You can have them, you can say them all you want. Now, if they break a law and you do them and they break a law, then you'll have a problem with the legality. But that ain't going to affect me. So, yeah.
Why do you come home?
Oh, we have a request. Hello. Or not, maybe, I don't know. Loading.
Niggers are
Hello.
raping my butthole. Niggers are raping my butthole. Niggers are raping my butthole. Niggers are raping my butthole.
I hope your account goes through TikTok with that one. Because it's going to affect you. It won't affect me. So, the only way it'd affect me is if I let you stay up here. That's the only way it would affect me. It wouldn't affect me in any great deal, so... yeah, it is what it is. Oh, yeah. Wow. You can always tell the Republican children versus the Democrat children because Republican kids, when they come up here, yes, with questions and whatnot, but they try to be respectful. But Democrat kids, nope, they don't know how to. And I'm pretty sure the reverse happens in,
Babe, we turn on the AC.
Thank you for the follow. It's a pleasure.
If you're a woman, I'm gonna scare you away.
But, yeah. Thanks for the follow, everyone. Everyone who follows. This page / my content revolves off of facts, not feeling. So I have my own opinions, but I make it clear what is an opinion and what is a fact. I make those abundantly clear. is what it is. That name
Thank
looks
you.
familiar. But let's see. Hi. What's your question?
Why are you a Republican?
Why am I a Republican?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the reason why I'm a Republican is because I want to limit the federal government and return as much power back to the states as humanly possible. That's like the biggest thing. There are other notable things, but that's one of the bigger ones.
And I 100% agree with you. And I appreciate you doing this, these questions to these leftists. I just want to say that to you, just to give you props.
Yep, most definitely. I do this live mainly to help destroy some of the narratives out there because there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation that people seem to have on Republicans, and this is a small part that I can do to help kind of destroy those narratives.
Right, and I do appreciate you giving these facts, even though there are a lot of people who are in the left that don't want to hear them. They just want to hear it subjectively and make arguments subjectively at all. So I appreciate your patience with them as well. So I just want to before I don't know you end your live stream, to just give you props.
Yeah, feel free to follow and come back up if you'd like to ask another question at a later time.
Not a problem. You have a good night. You take care.
You as well. Thank you for coming up. It was a pleasure. Okay. All you have is what? Okay. I want to encourage this Michelle to come up. Please tell me what misinformation I have said or prevaricated at all tonight. Please tell me. Come on up, tell me. Or if you can't, put it in the comments. I'd love to know what quote-unquote misinformation that I've prevaricated. Me, personally, not Pam, me, the host. Hi, how are you? What misinformation have I stated or said? Other than that, feel free to request up and ask a question. I'm getting to the wind down part of this live, and yeah, we're just gonna be kind of chilling here soon. What kind of music was that?
None. Because I'm watching a show.
My friend. Yep, that's the best thing you can do. Whether it be Republican to Democrat or Democrat to Republican, whether it be a friend that is coming to you as a Republican saying, hey, I believe this is the Democrat, cool, awesome. This is what I feel, and we're welcome to agree to disagree. That's called being an adult and having a discussion. Keep in mind, if your thing gets blacked out, that's TikTok, that's not me. So, just putting that one out there. Oh.
Put your dog on the floor.
Why so extra? The fuck?
Because I am extra, thank
Anyway.
you.
Again, what information have I stated is misinformation? That's all I have. That's all I want to know. Because everything that I've looked up, everything that I've said tonight, is not misinformation. Now, I cannot speak for Pam, but I can speak for myself. And for myself, nothing's been misinformation. Hi.
What up?
Doing great. What's your question?
I don't know. I got a lot. I guess my big one is climate change. Where's your stance? How do you? What do you think's happening? What's your take on the science?
Yeah. So when it comes to climate change, something is clearly happening. Now, whether or not it is exclusively because of humans, that I would argue is still kind of up in the air. I would say that it was going to happen regardless. Now, if you want to say that humans are kind of speeding up the process, then yeah, there is technically an argument for that, and I would agree with that argument as well. But yeah, I do agree that the climate is changing, but I also believe that it was going to happen regardless.
Okay, so first part, you said you agree something is happening. A lot of people will say, no, the globe's not getting hotter. So you do think that the globe is heating. You do believe in global warming.
I have both plates.
Okay.
Yes.
Fuck, honey. I need cleaned up over here. I have both plates.
Is that...
Anyway, yeah.
Okay. Is that like... Is somebody needing your attention right now? What's going on?
Oh, I was just helping my wife with something. But you can continue talking. I can hear you. I have a headset, so.
Okay.
But if I don't respond immediately, there's a reason.
Okay. So the globe is heating. You believe that. Do you know what's causing it to heat?
Again, there are numerous things, but like I said, humans are contributing to a fair degree, but I would not say that humans are the only exclusive reason.
Okay. What are humans contributing?
To my... But to my understanding, what humans are contributing is, well, stuff that comes out of cars, industrial plants, and various extra levels of greenhouse emissions. But again, all of those things exist even without humans. Like if humans never existed, those things would still exist through animals in various degrees. Just not as prevalent as they are because of humans.
So, I think what you mean is carbon, like carbon dioxide being emitted, like those greenhouse emissions, like for fossil fuels industry, you're talking about carbon dioxide?
Yeah, and again, those things still, there is a form of carbon dioxide and greenhouse emissions that still would get emitted even if humans was never a thing.
Sure. All right. So, do you know what percentage? Because a lot of scientists, they really care about this, have dedicated their lives to understanding the phenomenon of climate change. And they've tried their best to quantify what percentage of greenhouse gas is emitted. I guess he's still listening to me. Okay, so they've tried to quantify what percentage of greenhouse gases are being emitted. are due to humans. Would you be surprised if I said they think it's most of it? And by most, I mean 90-something percent. And I don't have the exact percentage, but I mean, that's what they think. Tacos, are you pro green energy? Yes. That's a weird way of saying you're retarded. Yes. I guess it's just my life now. So, trying to think of, okay. So, when we're seeing 90-something percent of greenhouse gases being caused by emissions, and we agree that the Earth is heating, what are you then talking about? How can you say, yeah, I think, no, we shouldn't change how much we emit, no, we shouldn't change any of our habits, no, we should continue to allow billionaires to do whatever they want. I do not understand how you can say, yes, I know that human industry is...
I'm back.
Okay. Well, at what point did you dip out it?
Oh, I was listening to it all. I just wasn't really responding. But I find it interesting of...
You didn't need to put it in for 4 minutes. They're already de-thawed.
It kind of feels like your wife
Not even 3.
has a lot more going on right now in this TikTok live. You need to go out and help her out?
No, it's a microwave. It's simple. It's just I got the time management wrong. Anyway, so when it comes to the everything that you were saying of the greenhouse gas, and keep in mind, as you was talking, I was have full intentions to look it up to see if they've come to any kind of overall general conclusion. And yes, I would not be surprised to see that humans cause the most, because yeah, that kind of makes sense, because humans unfortunately have taken over the earth considering any other species. But when it comes to that being said, again, even if humans was not in existence, the same things that are happening would still be happening, just at a later time frame. I'm not saying that humans, or I understand you're not saying that humans would essentially... trying to figure out how I'm trying to say this to you real quick.
I'm saying here that the time frame is the problem. Like, the globe has been way hotter than it is now in the past. The time frame, like the fact that the globe is getting hotter, that's not the issue. It's the speed at which it's getting hotter. This type of speed in the changing of the temperature of the Earth, this has only occurred during extinction level events.
But yes, and I do actually understand what you're saying, and I do agree with you. But my provocation is what we have done as humans in general. Yeah, let's say we're just gonna go into like a what if scenario real quick. Let's say we stopped driving cars. Let's say we went back to the Stone Ages essentially and walked around everywhere, or did a canoe everywhere when it comes to waterways. Even if we were to do that, the Earth has gone well past the frame of return. Scientist after scientist has already said, and they was saying this well back in 2009 during Barack Obama's administration, that if we don't do something during...
They've said that since
there's
the
my
80s,
fucking point. They've been saying this for decades of we're gonna we were approaching the past point of no return, and then they went from passing that to saying, yeah, we've already come to the passive point of no return. Now it's their argument is we need to mitigate what the inevitable is. So your argument essentially is, I understand it, but it is trying to stop something that, for one, couldn't be stopped. For two, scientists have greatly already made this abundantly clear that it is inevitable. So, and there's no slowing it down at this point. There is no slowing down the overheating of our planet. There is no slowing down or mitigating the downfall that is going to ensue of our choices and our history on this planet. The only thing that we can do at this current point in time is hope to God we are not here when it happens. Basically, hope to God we're in a grave. And that's very bleak, I agree with you, but it does not subtract from the fact that your arguments of global warming, although 100% fact, I feel is a little bit behind the curve, because there are scientists, do you deny that there are scientists that says that we are past the point of no return?
I would disagree with that fact. I think it is never too late to fight for our planet Earth. I think there's this book I've read. I'm not going to say the title on TikTok because I think it's a pretty. It's not a title of a book I would want to put on a TikTok, but I'll say that the essential point of the book is this: that let's imagine a scenario in which there are only 10,000 human beings left, and that the only place that we could survive is around the poles. Are we going to tell each other, well, it's too late now? No, well, of course we're not. We are going to fight. We are going to push further out from the poles, and we are going to work for a planet that's good for us everywhere. Because that's what we've done in the past. That's what we've always done, because we're human. So I think this idea that we should just hold our nose and sink into oblivion is ridiculous. We gotta fight. This is our planet.
No,
this is our mother.
Notion, but that wasn't my question, and I wasn't asking your individual opinion. I was asking, do you disagree that there are scientists out there that have said that statement? And you said no, and then you went to yourself. Are you saying that there's no scientists out there that have said that we are past the point of no return?
No, I'm saying there are no scientists out there that have said it's too late, because no scientist would ever. Because it's not too late.
I'm not saying too late. I'm saying past the point of no return. Basically, we are past the point to where we can considerably reverse the damage that we have inflicted on our planet.
We'll never reverse it, but yes, we can bounce back from things. It's when looking at environmental science, it's shocking how fragile yet resilient life can be. Like, I assume you're probably religious, but
no, I'm not.
Okay, well then, looking at the fossil record, we can see. I mean, we could look at humans. There was a time in our human history where we were dwindled down to, I think, 1,200 people, scientists estimate, and now we're 8 billion. You know, there's no such thing as past the point of no return so long as the genes are there. They can't multiply thanks to how evolution works. So I think that is a brainwashed idea that it is too late. I think Republicans and Democrats both want us to believe that it's too late because they're funded by fossil fuel companies. But it's not too late. We can always...
Wait, where did I say it was too late? I said past the point of no return. Basically, at the current point that we are at, we cannot repair the damage. Not to say that we can't try to do what you're insinuating at this point, is more of an insinuation of trying to at least prolong the inevitable as much as humanly possible, yes, I agree with that. But your prior insinuation was saying, oh, there is still time to repair the damage that we have ensued, and that's just not a reality. Now, I get mitigating it.
Okay. All right. So I guess that's the thing we do agree on then, is that, well, yes, you're right. I mean, human beings, regardless of what we do, I mean, the universe has existed billions and billions and billions of years. Human beings are going to die out no matter what, the heat death of the universe and all. But we do both agree in mitigation. And my thing is, why would you be a Republican if you agree with mitigating any type of harm? Because Donald Trump, you know, maybe you don't like Donald Trump, but he has gotten the Republican Party to fully say, like, climate change is not happening. Any type of, like, you know, restraint on fossil fuel is to be considered communism. Any type of mitigation of the destruction on our planet is to be considered communism. How could you possibly support that?
So when it comes to Democrat versus Republican and the quote-unquote environmental, this is the way I look at it. It is literally an election game when it comes to environmental. I agree it shouldn't be, but that's what they use it as. When it comes to Republicans, they tend to use it as, like you indicated earlier, of, oh, well, it's already as bad as it's going to get, there's nothing we can do about it, we might as well just enjoy life. Democrats go with, oh, we're going to ensue all of these policies, we're going to try to help mitigate it, they talk a big game, but when you actually look at the policies, it doesn't do anything.
I mean, sure, I agree.
They build more fossil fuel manufacturing by far. Both the parties do this through policies. They literally incentivize the very things simultaneously, but different formats of achieving it, but they insinuate the same things even though they're different parties, and yet you're only criticizing one. I criticize both.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry, but the prompt of the live is, I'm a Republican. So,
the prompt of the background is ask me a question. You've asked me a question, I'm giving my answer. And then you went into a criticism. Now, if you would have criticized both, then I would have no problem. I don't care if I go into a Democrat life. I'm not going to just be blind and say, oh, he's a Democrat, so I'm just going to stay on Democrats. No. If both parties are fucking up, you call both out. Where you view individually that they're fucking up. Me personally, I just said where I think Republicans are fucking up and where I think Democrats are fucking up.
Well, sure, but what you said was Republicans are like, you know, fuck it, we do whatever we want, it's too late anyway. Yes. Democrats propose mitigations and do those mitigations.
But then they don't follow through. But then they don't follow through with those mitigations.
Okay, sure, but you are saying you do identify with the people who are fighting against the mitigation, right? You do understand that.
I'd rather a party tell me the truth. That's one of my many things that I tend to value. You can be as fucked up as you want, but as long as you're gonna tell me to my face that you're gonna be fucked up, instead of sugarcoating it and then doing it anyway, that is my problem in this specific area. When it comes to Democrats, they sugarcoat shit. They make it look on paper that they're doing something, but once you actually look into the numbers, once you actually look into things in detail, you realize they're not doing anything that they said that they was going to do.
But I disagree that the Republicans are telling you the truth when they destroy the planet. I mean, no, they're not. They are peddling lies, like, the Daily Wire. I think Turning Point USA. Like, both of those are directly funded. I think the Daily Wire is started by a fossil fuel company. Right, like that's essentially what the conservative movement is climate. So I don't get what you're saying.
When it comes
at least the Republicans tell the truth. No, they're lying constantly.
Okay, when it comes to the Republicans telling the truth, I'm saying in the format of they are literally saying it for the world to see that they don't believe this shit and they think it's bullshit. That's honesty. You may not like it, you may not agree with it, but that's honesty. They just don't believe it. That is their... And they are stating why they don't believe it. That is fine. When Democrats do it, they're stating stuff of why you should believe this, and then simultaneously, in the depths of their own policies, contradict everything that they fucking say.
Sure,
that's my problem.
But they do believe it. Is my thing. Is that Republicans
they have a
do
very
know
poor way of
that
showing
oil? I'm saying that Republicans do know that their oil is killing people. They're pretending they don't believe that, but they do believe that. That is lying. To say, I don't think I'm poisoning your water, when they know they're poisoning your water. You can't say, hey, but they're at least they're honest with their beliefs.
That is going to get into something that unless you can definitively get inside of a brain and somehow are telepathic, you can't prove that.
Okay, sure. But my point is it doesn't matter. They're still poisoning the water. Like, to say Democrats are trying to stop poisoning the water and, like, say, okay, fine, but I'm not a Democrat. You are a Republican.
I'm not saying that you are. I've never said that you are. But me
what
versus
I'm trying
you...
to say, right, what I'm arguing isn't Democrats are better than Republicans. I'm saying that you're a Republican, and that's a bad thing because it opposes your own beliefs. You believe the climate is in rough shape. You believe we should be mitigating it. Republicans don't believe that. So why are you a Republican? That's my question.
Do you think that an individual that follows a party has to align with every single belief? 100%?
When it's a belief about saving the world, yes. Because what's the point of politics except to make the world a better place?
Okay.
If you think the world is dying and the Republicans don't, why would you be one?
I'm going to say this right now. When it comes to climate, on my priority list, it is, I would say, around about AB. It is almost as low on my totem pole of priorities, it's not even funny. It usually does not register unless someone like you asks the question, and then I rekindle that part of my brain and answer the question. But when it comes to climate control, no, it is not the forefront of my priorities.
Okay, so what are your top two? Let's say, what are your top two priorities?
My top two priorities is to ensure that citizens are safe in the United States and controlling the border from any ill actors.
Okay. Let me put it this as plainly as we can. We can't have a United States. We can't have a United States. And we can't have a...
We can't have nothing without a planet. Is that what you're about to say? I fucking know it. You stupid idiot. Alright. No, when I know what he's gonna say, then I'm done. Why did I let that person up?
Hey.
You've already been up here. I've had so many trolls tonight, so if I kick you and you're not a troll, request back up, but yeah, I just
Hey, baby girl.
Yeah, Hello.
Hello.
What's your question?
Hello.
Hi. What's your question?
Why would you be a Republican when Trump is president?
Because me being a Republican and Trump being president, I make my own decisions. I'm a Republican because the Republican Party tends to match my values the most.
So your values are about war, canceling Social Security, molesting little kids.
Wow. No evidence for that, but have a great day. Good Lord, fucking moron. Alright. Alright. I'll let one more guest up. Pam, I'm gonna go ahead and let you down because I'm getting ready to end this, but I'm gonna let one more guest up. So you have a great night. I don't know if you can hear me, but have a great one, okay? Letting you down. Alright. There's that. Let's try to make the last guest a good one, guys. If you're a troll, don't come up. If you're not a troll, feel free to come on up and ask an actual question, and we'll go from there. So, yeah. Honestly, I've kind of lying down, but yeah. Good morning to you too. Been a long night, but it was a good live. Feel free to like, share, and follow. Helps out the live, helps out the channel a great deal. So, yeah. Thank you for the share. But yeah, definitely follow the live as well. All that good stuff. Unlike other lives, unlike other political lives, I don't try to do the yelling, screaming, fallacious shit. It's my goals are very simple. My objective is very simple: to have good conversations, good debates, and good back and forth. And unfortunately, not a lot of people have that capacity, but it is what it is. Well, good for you. Thanks. Thank you. I'm on the side of facts and of evidence over emotions. Facts and evidence are very important. Yeah, technically logic would be in there too. I mean, I kind of tie that in with facts, but that's okay. Fair enough, you do have to have logic to understand the facts. Common sense is kind of a slippery slope because common sense insinuates a commonality to it, and unfortunately common sense is kind of not so common anymore, I feel. So, it's kind of reversed. Which is unfortunate. Yeah, I would kind of agree that common sense almost doesn't exist anymore. It's gotten lesser through time. People are so quick to assimilate every meme and every text message and everything that they see with utmost facts and clarity when and they don't check anything. They don't verify a lot of anything. So they just kind of see it and run with it. Alright, give some shout outs to people. So we got Skylar Woods, we got Juana, we got Stefan EP, we have the Dark Lord. Yeah. Thank you. Feel free to comment if you'd like a slight shout out. Why is asking a That's a good question. Slight typo. I'll get that fixed next live stream, but yeah. I mean, the other one that I originally had, but it didn't welcome debate very well, is, let me find it, if I still have it, that is, yeah. So this is the other one that I had for the longest time, for X amount of live streams of I'm Republican, ask me a question, so yeah. But yeah, I'll definitely get that fixed, so. Not perfect, I'm human, I make mistakes. So. Time goes on. Alright guys, I'm gonna do a few checking of things. Again, thank you guys for the likes, thank you guys for the shares, thank you guys for the follows. You're all amazing. Even if I disagree with you, you're still amazing. You're all humans. I respect you all, but... Oh, she fell asleep. She was out.
Toby.
Alright, guys. TikTok's having fun, so I'm gonna go ahead and call it. You guys have a great day. Stay aware. And remember, stay informed, facts over feelings, and do research, and question everything.